You know, we all have levels. Jason's got a grandson. Here, everybody's got levels. We're lucky guy.
Sean, I'm gonna be able to see too.
Congratulations.
Sister.
Greg, on the out.
Nothing bad.
Yeah.
You look that hurt.
Better rattle them all up though.
Isn't that true? That's the best part.
They'll rattle them all up again, where we sugar before they go back.
And then out we go.
Hey, Ken, I really don't have any, I know I'm not John, but if I were to advise John, there's really not a whole lot of beef in the budget for the fire department that I would have. Other than we need a couple sets of turnout gear that are legal for young people. And a couple of little things. So could I have like 15-20 minutes before we start getting into numbers to address a few things? I kind of figured that's what this was about.
Yep, at the beginning.
We need to get past our number E there where we approve our previous agenda, at which point, yes.
I'll bring a chair up front.
Pardon?
I'll bring a chair up front so you can all see me, so you don't have to do this.
Yeah.
All right.
We're gonna call the meeting to order at 10:01. Roll call. Part is absent. Gary. Mary,
Here.
Jason,
Here.
and Ken's all here. We could take any public comment on the agenda that we have today. We'd like to stay on the agenda. I mean, any other public comment you might have. We could hear, but really would like to stay with the fire department and the budget.
So it's gonna be like a workshop,
It's
right?
gonna be like a workshop. You're gonna be able to provide input. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, no public comment. Allowed throughout. So we are now at the approval of previous meeting minutes. Has everyone had a chance to read those?
I looked through them, I didn't see any discrepancies at all. Same. Unless I missed something, because I'm only one person.
I didn't see any, they look pretty thorough. Can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes presented?
I'll make a motion.
Mary?
Yeah.
Can I get a second?
Second. Gary,
Gary?
you man.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye, it's carried. Back to the beginning. We're going to talk about emergency service and board relationship, and Jeremy, you would like to take the floor?
So you're not cranking your heads. So. First, I'd like to, for many of you, you don't know who I am. I mean, you've seen me maybe over there and. So my name's Jerry. We all know that. So my history is this. I started the fire service with my brother. Not the service, but we went into one. Went through fire academy together, went through EMT together. I moved to Alaska and became a bush medic. I was a bush medic for several years, came back down. Ended up getting my paramedic, my bachelor's degree in public safety, and a master's degree in workforce education and leadership. So I got a master's degree in this, essentially. Served in many administrative roles in the fire service, or took an early retirement to come down here. So when I address, and I think a lot of you have got me wrong, when I address you, I'm addressing you as fact, because I have zero skin in the game, really. I mean, my full-time job, I work at the pleasure of the Bureau of Fire Services and Michigan Department of Education. So I have zero skin in the game. So when I address you as fact. It may seem a little bit stonewalled or a little bit effective without a lot of emotion, sometimes with emotion, but helping other departments is what I do. And I'm trying to get you to let me help you. Because, you know, it's not that I love serving my community, but I do it all day, every day. So when I give you a fact, it's a fact. To the best of my knowledge and my experience. In current, you know, laws and regulations and stuff. So this is what I see. I don't see united front. I see plausible ideas from just about everybody, but nobody's come together and said, hey, this is our vision, this is the route we're going. As an operator, on the other side of your table, that makes things very, very difficult. And I don't know if you've noticed, but the last several years, you've seen a lot of maybe some angry attitudes or frustrated attitudes from the fire department. And that is because we're here to serve, but we don't know where we're going. And so that can be very, very frustrating. So one of those things is like, do you want fire coverage? And to what level do you want fire coverage? There's not one person in here that would say, oh, okay, if you made that decision, whether it was your heart's best decision or not, as long as you had consensus and stood behind that consensus, then we can follow that vision and get it through. Do you want EMS coverage? It matters not to me, but you gotta make that decision. I know how EMS works. I helped start 2 independent municipal ALS agencies that are very robust today. And doing very, very well today, starting off at 300 calls a year. And now the smallest one is topping over 700 calls. And that's a billable transporting agency that is run by a municipal, not a private. So the other one's running well over 4,000. So pretty cool. So different levels. So if you want advice on that, I most definitely can help you on that. Do you want a cadet program? Well, Chief says yes, but you may not. So that's something you have to decide upon. And then to what level? You know, right now, there's that, was it $2,500 in the cadet program line item. Well, what are you gonna do with that? There's only so many t-shirts that you can buy. There's only so many stickers that you can hand out, right? But after polling 40 young folks 2 days ago, I said, what really would get you to show up to training and do stuff? And he said, well, if you fed us. A teenager, you give a teenager food, they're showing up, you know, so that kind of thing. Is that line item? Are you allowed to do that for food? You know, your different visions I can facilitate with. If you said, hey, we don't want EMS. All right, I can help you around there. Hey, we want EMS to this level. I can help you to that point. I personally don't care. Because like I said, I got no skin in that game. If I want to run EMS, I just go over to Shakes or Coker and I'll run EMS. It's no big deal. That doesn't mean I don't like where I live. So, I mean, because if you were to ask me where we should be right now, it's not where we're at. But nobody's asked. I don't believe you are where you're supposed to be. I believe from an outside looking in, you had 0 foundations. My brother did a great job taking away all the fluff and scraping away all the crap. The distractions, like all the tools and all of this and all of that, and a lot of sentiment and a lot of emotion was put into it, and it was beautiful to watch. But the fact still remains, your foundations forward. And this was from an objective view. I'm just throwing that out there. And a lot of that comes from not having a united vision. I didn't say happy vision. I said a united vision. You're not going to be happy with every decision that you make as a board, but you have to stand behind it if there's a consensus, if that vote is consensus. So, yeah, I have a, looking at your demographics, looking at your funding, your incomes and all this other thing, I wouldn't be, it would not look like this. For example, but those foundations, for example, the fit testing, every year a firefighter has to get fit tested on their masks to make sure that we have a good seal, then we go into a very dangerous atmosphere. Got it. You've been paying $35 per person per year for that. Over how many millions of years? The fire chiefs own, as an association, own a fit test machine. The fitting that it would take to fit test our masks is less than $500. The fit test machine is free to use for you. You would save this year $50, and every subsequent year about $500. That adds up over time. Things like that. Those are those foundational things that we really weren't looking at. So, just an example of what that is. Also, something else that you may not know. Do you participate in MTA? Okay. Michigan Townships Association has a seat at the Michigan Firefighter Training Council. You know, your voice is your vote. Get involved with that, you know, and if that's the route you want to go down, because you can affect change. And that's a big deal, because back in the day, the MTA used to say, don't have. That was their stance. You don't have to have them. It's true. But that was their stance. And now they're like, hey, can't beat them, join them. So they have a seat at that table, as well as the curriculum committees for all the academies and all the education for. And you gotta know the fire service, everything wraps right through education, everything. All the funding for the fire service, everything wraps right through education. So, and you have a seat at that table. So just throwing that out there, if you didn't know that. So, I mean, that's what I got for you. So there's a lot of work to do as far as where you want to go. Leaving the people that work for you in limbo is really demoralizing. And again, it's just how it goes. It's demoralizing. If I don't know where you're going, I can't follow you. And I want to, and we all want to. So there's that. On a personal note, I know for my brother, it meant a lot to see representation from the board. That was really good. So there's my sentiment. I don't have a lot of it. So, but that's about as far as. Any questions for me before you get rocking?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm getting confused on the whole mutual aid thing. So
Okay.
is this like a document that we have? What is this? Cause I haven't seen the document yet.
So yes, and John, so yes and no. So there's a couple different things. There's called mutual aid, and that is we call you come. Right? And then there's what's called automatic aid, and that is at the 911 level. And if there's a report of something that meets the parameters, like structure fire, it's automatically dispatched to our friends and our partners.
Everybody around.
Yeah. And John will have the ability to say, this person, not this person, this person, not this, you know, this department, not this, and pick and choose. So that's the difference between the two. Mutual aid agreements are usually, they're supposed to be on paper. Many times they're not. Many times they're a handshake deal, because in the end, on a mutual aid, it is the commanding officer calling and saying, I need Bloomingdale, and I need you leave. So it's a
I
case
guess
by.
I'm maybe on here. With being a neighbor, why wouldn't they be on this mutual aid agreement list?
They should be. In fact, they may not be on the automatic aid.
I'm just looking at mutual aid agreements. It's just a South Haven, Lee and Mac.
Right.
Those might be the paper ones that you just mentioned.
Right. Some of the other ones might be, hey, neighbor, Chief Surdell, thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
I'll call you when we need.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's.
but that's something that can be changed. If we-
Oh, absolutely. the handshake deal is between department to department or municipal to municipal. But to sit there and get a program into the 911 board, that takes a little going, so.
Okay, and then I have another caveat to that one, but I have another question. So I had lunch yesterday with a supervisor of Cheshire, because we're both realtors, and he said that they pay Lee. They pay Allegan, and they pay Bloomingdale to cover their area. And I remember a few meetings back, one of the things was that we were doing a lot of calls to Lee because they didn't have enough people to cover. So why wouldn't we be getting paid?
You haven't set up that agreement.
Okay.
I mean,
so
that's,
doing it for free for.
well,
Lee's
because
getting paid?
but they also come to here too, so that's that mutual aid agreement. Where, hey, it just so happened, maybe last year we went to Lee more than they came to here. But the following year it might be opposite, so, and many times it's a wash. At the board level, if you wanted to get into negotiations about coverages and stuff like that, that's at your level.
Oh, that is a portal, okay.
That's board level, that's not a John level or a chief level, that's gonna be board level.
But wouldn't they have some type of structure, like if they were getting paid by Cheshire for coverage? They would have some type of an agreement, I would think. I mean, I didn't ask him that, but I'm just thinking, if they didn't have enough people to cover it and they were taking money for it, but yet our taxpayers are paying to cover it, it doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, a lot of that is mutual aid agreements, just like when Lee comes into Columbia Township. All of the taxpayers in Lee Township, I'm not sure how did they have it set up as a fire authority board?
No, he said they just have an agreement to divide with those three things to cover them in Cheshire.
Okay, right, so all of those taxpayers are paying for when they come over here. So that's,
Yeah, and but then nobody's getting paid. My issue was.
They might not be doing it.
My issue was
Hey,
Lee's got an agreement
oh,
to get paid by Cheshire, so I just.
I see what you're saying.
People to cover it, why are we doing it?
Because we only do fires, they're structural fires, they're doing the rest of the.
That's not that's not necessarily true, especially with your medical. If Lee called and said, we need medical, we go. At our level, at the operator level, you call, we call, that's all. You know, we don't think about that at the operational level. And at the board level, you're like, hey, Lee, we've been coming to your parties for.
We're coming to your parties that you're getting paid from somebody else to do, is my issue.
Correct, that's a board level thing. I do caution getting too,
Nitty pitty,
yeah, with that, because, what happens that way can happen in reverse.
Okay,
So I've seen that happen where we're like, all right, we're charging you, I think it was $500 for every time we come into your area, right? And then there was a dry spell there, and then we started calling the other department to come back to us, and they're like,
yeah,
So-
since they were getting paid and it was a contract.
yeah,
We were covering it, that didn't make sense to me that our
Right.
taxpayers would pay that and they were also getting paid. I mean, it's good for Lee.
right.
But it's not good for our taxpayers.
Understood, I can see the
So,
perspective.
If that's a board thing, then I'll.
Yeah, that is
work
up
on
your
that.
board
You
thing.
could reach out on that, but I mean, at the end of the day, though, Cheshire's paying that just because they don't have a fire department.
Right.
And they've worked out with those three surrounding
To
areas,
cover them.
hey, this is how much money we can pay you to come save us.
Right, not necessarily,
All the way.
the money
Yeah.
is getting spent over here, it's getting spent, so.
I don't wanna get in the weeds, I'm just trying to understand it a little.
No, it can get complex, especially if you don't have like a fire authority board set up for the multi-township jurisdictionals.
Mhm.
It can get, there's a lot of in the weeds with those.
Okay,
So, and most of those are handshake deals at the board level.
and the other thing I was gonna ask you about is you just said something about we need more turnout here,
Mhm.
okay? What I'm seeing in payroll, we got about 5 to 6 people that are doing active calls.
Mhm.
And we have a whole lot of turnout gear. So why are we paying for people not showing up at calls? For fit testing, gear and everything. I mean, is there something?
It's a legal responsibility. If they're on the payroll, now that's
So
probably where
that's what we
the,
do. It's not
that's
on the
the-
payroll.
that's the question, right?
Right.
So that's.
If they
That's good.
can't make the fires or anything
Right.
for 3, 4, 5 months, why
Right.
are we paying?
So that's that foundational board policy that says, hey, or, you know, through the chief, hey, this is our policy. If you haven't, you've gotta show up twice a month for meetings or something just to keep yourself on the department. That's pretty common.
And we do pay for a lot of people that train. I don't understand why we're training and paying for all of this stuff on Columbia Township taxpayers' dollars if they're not showing up, if they're not committed to show up at all. I don't believe that we should be paying that with our taxpayers' money,
100% agree with you.
so.
But the problem, and as a responder, like I said, I agree with you 100%, but as a responder, our level of involvement sometimes is cyclical. So say my name's Bob and for the first 3 months, I was really active, right? And then I had a baby or I got married. And so for the next 6 months, I'm not. How do you handle that? Knowing that when they decide to become active again, they have to have that test, they have to have that certifiable gear to go into what we call an IDLH atmosphere, a really dangerous atmosphere. They have to have those things. That is law. And that's a MIOSHA Part 74. So that's legit. I mean, if you can figure that out, you're gonna make, you know, millions and millions of dollars. Yeah,
Well, again, I have relatives on the Bloomingdale Fire Department, as you know.
sure.
They have a line of people waiting to get on, right? They have a waiting list. And so I'm just hoping that we can change our culture where people will want to show up to that.
Well, and you do have a bedroom community. That's one of the big problems is you have a community that doesn't have a whole lot of business in it. And so they work and they do things in other communities and then they come back. And so a lot of times it's hard to get those to recruit. Now, what we haven't done is recruit from maybe the blueberry farms and things like that. We haven't approached them and say, hey, come on. So, and some of the other little businesses haven't gone up to, I don't know, maybe Stokes and said, hey, if we have a fire call during the day, will you allow your folks to leave for that structure fire? That's awesome when folks do that. I can tell you, Joe was a cadet, so success, right? Some of the other cadets that we had in the past are now in the department as members, and that was success. And you measure those by the individual and not by the group. You know, I've noticed that. Try to convince somebody of age to spend 268 hours of initial training. They don't have to pay for it, but they have to donate all that time. And then from then on, they have to do at least a minimum of 12 hours of training a year in various things, not including CPR, not including all those other little things. If they have a medical license, double that. So
That's all.
so
we have.
that's a hard sell in a lot of communities. Bloomingdale's a unicorn. They must have something in the water. That's awesome.
How many of them have businesses in Bloomingdale?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
So a different metric altogether,
Yeah.
you know.
Then you got guys that teach.
Not 40, no, you're absolutely right, not 40 of them.
What a quarter.
But-
Eight.
I can tell you, right, but I can also tell you, Mary, that they don't get 40 people showing up on a fire call. Right, because we help them and they're great folks, don't get me wrong. I really enjoyed Bloomingdale. You had a question here?
Well, related to where Mary's going, so, you know, I helped the prior chief with that risk assessment and hoping to do another one in a few months. So we have an annual risk assessment for the board. And the one thing that just never came out of that risk assessment, that I'm questioning is true regional planning. You used a phrase just a little while ago. If the board would support a fire something authority, that would be great. So in my mind, I don't understand how we plan as an isolated township when we're given mutual aid and we're not planning together to make sure that our neighbors have all together, you know, we have the right equipment. I kept asking that question during the risk assessment and I just never got anywhere with it, and I find it,
So that's a strategic,
Yeah.
it's a wonderful question. That's strategic planning. So, and what that would be is that John would say, well, you know what? We are really good at ice rescue, right? And so we would have the ice rescue gear as a resource, a mutual aid resource for our neighbors. And then, Shays, South Haven would say, you know what? We've got a wonderful, brand new $2 million aerial device or whatever that was. And if you need an elevated waterway, we're your folks. So that whole idea is to spread out resources around your region. That way, for example, Paw had that lithium battery fire yesterday in that FedEx truck.
Yeah.
They called in Berrien County's hazmat team. That is resource allocation, so we're not all spending the same amount of money.
so where's the
And
planning for that?
a lot of that's at the chief's level, at the chief's meetings and stuff. And a lot of that is local risk, like we have, was it 14 unnamed or 14 named lakes, right?
17 total.
We have a greater risk of ice rescue in Columbia Township than say another township would have, like Lawrence. Right, I'm just throwing it out. I didn't see that many lakes in Lawrence, so there's a couple. Certainly not 14.
That river.
Right,
Yeah.
but then again, Lawrence would have more with Swiftwater than we would, 'cause we don't have really a whole lot of flowing. So you're gonna get the resources to your department that you need first. And then if you get really good at something, you might build that resource up a little bit and share it.
So she's saying that on the chief's level, you guys know that. Why can she not get that data so that we have it?
It's rarely ever published. It'd be something that if you wanted your chief to kind of write up a document and say, hey, and that, I don't think that's a bad idea. I really don't. I think that's a cool idea.
May I just add to that? So
Yeah.
Gary and I have both sat in on at least one webinar and I have a lot of grants for this township. And every time I look at them, when it comes to fire, it's clear to me we have a bigger chance of getting sometimes if we plan regionally. Impossible to put a regional grant together when there's no notes from regional planning meetings. It's just impossible. So you can help us, the fire departments can help us write grants if you have notes from regular planning meetings that can be, because they would have to be part of the grant. There's no kidding around on these grants. They want to know you can handle whatever it is that,
Amen.
and I'm a little mystified by the lack of that.
All right, so when you start talking about grants, the most popular grant for the fire service is the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, the AFG grant. It is very common for fire departments to pool up together. Somebody has to sponsor that grant, and then you gotta see if there's any matching to it. Usually there's a little bit of matching to it. And it changes from year to year. But your grant can only be successful if that grant meets up that priority. So if you're I need a fire engines are usually never priority. It's usually PPE, protective equipment, health and safety. Those are typically your priorities.
And they were just funded this past year.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And so when I first started here, there was just a grant by all the not all of them, but many of the surrounding departments for SCBA packs. We chose, I say we as a community, chose not to participate in that. So now, not only did we miss that savings, which was considerable, but we also are staggered in when our stuff comes due. So now that all the area departments, they'll be due for new packs at the same time and will apply for that same grant. So that's one of those discussions with the chief and the board saying, hey, next time that grant comes up and everybody's due, chief will go around and say, hey, Robbie from Hartford and whoever, when is your SCBA's due? Okay, we want in on the grant next time. Means you might need it a little bit to save in the future. So that does happen, but you gotta know that AFG grant happens primarily at the chief level with support from the board and the surrounding communities if you're gonna go in together. So, yeah, what the board needs is to disclose all financials and things like that. If you've got a bunch of money sitting in the bank, it's almost always, sorry. You, regardless of what it's earmarked for. It doesn't matter. The feds look at cash. You've got cash, regardless of what it's earmarked for. You don't have the need because you could do a budget amendment and buy what you're asking for. So there, it's a very, very tight rope to walk. And that's one thing I would consider getting a hold of, maybe your lawyer or the township attorney or accountant to say, listen, how can I rename that account? I don't have to disclose it in my financials. The feds for that, because there are certain terms that you can use. Just like in school board, you'd use sinking fund. Once you say sinking fund, it's, you can't touch it for anything else. So. It's a lot. You can take classes. You can take classes just on AFG grants. And then SAFER grants, I encourage you not to go after a SAFER grant until you are committed as a board. SAFER grants or for more people. So say you wanted, you know what, we're gonna hire 2 people. Okay, great. That SAFER grant pays for that. But what I've seen in the past, actually many times, that grant runs out. And then that board decides not to legacy fund. And those poor folks end up without a job. Just gotta know in the fire service, you give everything. If you're gonna go full-time, you give everything to your department. You basically say, everything else that I had in my life that I made money at, gone. I'm here for you. And that becomes your priority forever. And then when that job gets cut, that's the risk, right? That job gets cut, then a lot of times those folks are up a creek.
Or going to Shays, who's always hiring.
If they have the credentials. Believe me, I've been feeding Shays people. They just hired 2 brand new girls. They all came from me. And they're amazing. They're absolutely amazing. You just keep on feeding them. I give it Shays. Shays takes a lot of my advice. Not that my advice is gospel or anything, but they had a question about recruitment retention. And they followed it right to the T. And they've been so successful. I'm so proud of them. So. Anything else before I finish boring you? So you gotta know, I've got no malice towards any of you. It's just a lot of times been direct and to the point. You'd probably find out that I agree with more of your conservative values than spend. So all you gotta do is ask. Thank you. Thank you. You want me to leave the chair there just in case somebody else?
That's fine.
I didn't sit down, but you know.
This is about board relationships with emergency services. Does any other board member have any beef that they want to talk about? Expenditures,
What if it's praise?
praise would be much better, but if we're trying to get to the issue, then
I make it very clear what my issue is Sunday, so I think everyone knows it.
I would say, I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but. I feel like, thanks for sharing all that. It seems like a good segue into what. I was prepared to bring to the meeting today. It does kind of tie into budget a little bit, so is it cool?
we're
Go
gonna
ahead.
talk about budget.
All right, we'll try it.
Right.
Might
And
not-
after this and then into it.
Might not be the ideal time, but we'll see. I don't think I have enough copies for everybody, but I wanna make sure board members. You guys can share. Don't get too far ahead of yourselves in this packet, but I wanna have everybody. Something to look at. I've been thinking about this a lot, been observing for a long time. Trying to listen. Sure. You guys share, you mind? I have 2 extras, if somebody doesn't like to share. Oh, you don't like to share? Anybody else not like to share?
We're the best.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, I'll just kind of try, either this represents my thoughts and assessments of everything we've been talking about for such a long time, and, I think, Jeremy, a lot of things that you said, I 100% agree with. And so, I think what this represents is just an attempt to throw something on the table. It seems like a lot of time in the context of a board meeting, and we're talking about a specific budget item, we get stuck on that, and we're in the weeds for a long time. And I just think I hope what this represents is backing way up a little bit and looking at our township from a very comprehensive view. Because you can't put a roof on a house before you have a foundation. I think you even mentioned the word foundation here. So here's my opinion. I did have a great lengthy conversation with John just to kind of poke him and see what some of his thoughts were. And I think over the year, I've talked to enough board members that I sort of have picked up some different things, but so I think key issues in order of priority, number one, establish a clear vision for emergency services. I think we've talked about that, whether that's organizational structure, what services are provided, and what's our operational financial plan. We have to do that first, because otherwise we're just wasting time. Number two, repair adversarial relationship between emergency services and the board. It doesn't feel like there's often mutual understanding. It doesn't feel like we're working as partners. I think there's maybe a lack of clarity on areas of authority, and certainly lines of communication can be improved. So, and I want to say this list is, to the best of my ability, agnostic of anyone's faces. I'm not thinking about anybody. I'm just thinking about what we're dealing with as an issue. Number three, shore up a long-range budget. We've been talking about budget shortfalls for a long time. We have to have a long-range budget to ensure longevity for our emergency services. And that can include some of these things below: equipment upgrades. We have an immediate need for a mini pumper. We have probably a relatively short range future need for the next truck upgrade. And then we gotta have better replacement plans for our equipment. So that's pretty high priority. And then recruiting, staffing. I'm a big believer in getting the right people in the right seats. Once you establish all this other stuff and get your vision, then you go, okay, here's where we're going. Who's on the bus? Are you on the bus or not on the bus? And if you're on the bus, make sure you're in the right seat. Culture things and succession planning, of course. I think we just came into an issue where we didn't succession plan well enough. I'm excited for John to be chief, but we, in some degrees, got caught with our pants down in that. So, here's the next steps. My proposal, this would be to the board for us to discuss. Now, this is gonna be very imperfect. It's a lump of clay plopping on the table. Let's start spinning the pottery wheel and see if this makes sense. And again, it's gonna create a lot of questions. It doesn't answer all the questions, but I think we have to start somewhere. My number one recommendation is we establish a full-time chief. I do have a budget attached to that to figure out how we can do it. I believe that would go a long way to starting to address and potentially solve a lot of these key issues. If we had somebody sitting in a seat that was thinking about and acting in that role full-time. Number two, we need to purchase a mini pumper. I do have a plan attached on how we fund that. Number three, establish monthly and quarterly meetings between the chief and the board. Number four, decommission station one. Believe that identifies significant cost savings in our budget. I know there's probably some questions on water and all that kind of stuff, but again, this is a lump of clay. And then determine who's on board with this new plan. And then develop 1, 5, and 10-year plans for the emergency services. So, like I said, I think that was a pretty good segment, Sherry. We didn't talk, but what I did, if you go to the next page, I took Ken where we left off at our last meeting with the emergency services budget. And again, these are just preliminary numbers. I think it's gonna require some realignment on how we compensate staff, but I do think it's workable. It seems workable. We had a full-time chief salary. And then we went to, I believe these were the original stipends for assistant chief and lieutenant, might be a contentious proposal. I've increased the on-call pay budget slightly. I've doubled the current budget for a cadet program, which might also be contentious. And I've doubled the current budget for recruitment, which I think obviously is something we would need to address and have a good staff emergency service department. If you continue on, most of these line items have no changes. I didn't see any reason to try to tweak insurance and training and gear and all that. Maybe we can, I don't know. But then under Department 340 fire stations, with Station 1 decommissioned, there's some savings in there for utilities and potentially internet. I didn't know exactly what all those were. But in that Department 340, I ended up coming up with 14,300 in savings. And then the last page, no change on most of those departments, but when you get down to the bottom, if we do have revenue of 256,586 for fiscal year 2026. And our appropriations based on this proposal as a starting point are 226,740. It leaves us with approximately $30,000 in surplus, which could be available for immediate debt retirement on a fire truck, or that could become a line item on the emergency services budget moving forward. I did throw on the bottom, I'm kinda opening up a can of worms there. We've got an ending fund balance of 425. I'm proposing maybe a withdrawal from the fire fund of 175,000 to go toward the fire truck. Now, depending on how we finance that and the down payments and all that, that may be a slow withdrawal, I guess, if we're paying monthly or annual payments. I don't remember. I think there was a document at some point that had some sort of a payment plan. I can't remember if it was semi-annually or annually or whatever, but it would still leave 250,000 in the fund balance, which is a year and some change of operating costs. So it wouldn't completely eliminate the emergency services fund. Final page, as far as the purchase, I got with Mary on this and she provided some good numbers, and we kind of looked at a few different ways to do this. And we made 50,000 in interest in 2025 from our investments, moving some of our money into an investment account. So we could use that. We found a fund balance called capital projects that had 81,000 sitting in it. I think we've identified that that is available money, and certainly a fire truck would be a capital purchase. So there's 81,000 there. Again, if we pulled 175 from the emergency services budget, that gets you to 306. And then the balance we picked up by the board advancing 244,000 from the general fund. And we would treat that as some sort of a loan payable over a certain period of time that could come out of either produce surplus in the emergency services budget or out of the fund balance to pay the loan back to the township general fund. So that's a lot. That's a big lump of clay, but I just thought, we've been talking about this a while. I want to throw something on the table to get discussion going, and it seemed to be in alignment with the agenda and the need to come up with a budget plan today, which I believe is our main goal.
Question.
Yes,
And I haven't had a chance to see this or look at it or anything, but, regarding the payment or on a new truck,
right.
or whatever payments are for, we are required by law to go through the Michigan, Department of Treasury Municipal Finance Authority for borrowing.
Okay.
So,
I did check on that, and we just have to do something with the attorney.
correct,
Yeah.
correct. This is from the attorney. So, yeah, you're right. But I mean, we just can't go to the bank and say, hey,
Right.
give us some money.
We can't go to a third party.
But is your scenario saying not borrowing from a lending institution?
Well, I was starting with the premises, what if we tried to cash this thing out and not have to pay interest? I am not a dyed in the wool Dave Ramsey person. I do think that low debt is good, of course, but I do think there are certain times where it's just not feasible to not carry some debt. So I'm just saying, I believe that cash is there, how we distribute it and what sort of payment plan we take is still a question mark. I mean, whether we drop a big chunk of money down and have lower payments and less interest over, wasn't it like 7 or 8 years we would pay for this truck or something?
I think there was 3 different scenarios, a 3, a 5, and a 7-year period. I
Okay.
think.
If you remember, Ken, you did a little spreadsheet.
I think I did 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the whole.
Or you had different percentages.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that like I said, I haven't seen this, or this is new. which is fine.
I'm probably surprising a lot of people.
There's nothing wrong with doing some research, which is great, and it looks like you put a lot of time in this, so I appreciate that personally.
And you're thinking outside the box.
Right,
We need
right.
to do.
The other thing is, I think, and I don't have the current budget in front of me, but I think the fire department typically has around $200 or $230 a year as a carryover or as a savings amount, if you wanna call it
Not a
that.
savings, an ending balance.
An ending balance.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
With what you have here, and again, I haven't looked at it, but would that continue without depleting? Here's my question, here's my concern.
Sure.
We take money out of general funds, which we can do.
Yeah.
We can do that. We can take money out of the fire fund, which they can do that and spend that. My question is, using the monies that you show here. What if it drops that fire fund down where if there's not enough in there to cover expenses for that particular year, then we go back to the general fund again. And we say, oh, we gotta take money out of here again. Pretty soon, the township's gonna be broke.
Well. Yeah, so I think I wanna make sure Mary could verify these numbers, but I went off of. One of the last budgets that we had where it appeared that the fire fund beginning balance was 396,060. Okay, so if you look at the very bottom of this, Gary. If we didn't do anything and we did make these changes I'm proposing, let's just say exactly as they are, which I don't think that's probably likely, but. We would have a surplus this coming year of almost 30,000, which would push the fund balance up to 425. And then if we took out 175 as a withdrawal for the fire truck, it would be 250.
251.
And the annual budget, if you look back up, just jump up 4 more rows, the annual budget's 2.6, so we would still have an entire year of operational budget left in the fire fund.
Okay,
Even after the withdrawal for a truck.
okay.
And again, I'm not saying we have to cash the thing out, because I probably would be more in favor of playing a little bit of arbitrage, because we do have a good investment vehicle. And if we make payments, yes, we're gonna pay interest, but if we keep more money in the investment accounts, we're gonna make some of that interest back, so to offset the interest, so it makes your interest rate lower. So, and it gives us a bigger cushion in all the funds, we're not just dumping money right out, so,
Good question.
sorry.
And it takes 2 years, right, to build the fire truck?
Or it depends. If you do it like a full cloud support, a lot of times they have some stock trucks available that you can modify. So
Say at least a year, we would have.
I would say that's a fair assessment, year minimum.
So we wouldn't have to do a lot, I mean, we'd have to put a down payment, right? But we could save some money and make some money.
I'm ready to go, man, let's get that in April.
Slow your roll. Slow your.
We need it.
Folks, I have to leave pretty soon, but if you wanna talk about some different ways of getting yourself a full-time fire chief without raising any dollars. Well, then that's it. So. Anyways,
You had a general thought, just quickly on what you saw, or,
well, and again. It's gotta be known, I have zero skin in this game and I'm not bashing anyone at any time. But if I were to take an objective look to it. You shouldn't have a full-time staff member without a full-time chief first, right? So, your full-time chief should be your full-time responder, look at Robbie Harding, look at the way Mike Hager used to be, look at. That should be that person, so if you took your full-time staff member who's making what, 45, or am I being cool about it, to 40? We're making 40, you put another 10 or 5 towards his wage and benefit, which is 45,000, it's a lot better. And take a little bit of that chunk, 7,000 of that leftover, that chief's wage, and put it towards health insurance with a promise to do a 457 plan, which he can mature at 50 to 55, depending on. See, I mean, it's that easy. And now you have a full-time chief that also responds full-time and does all the board's fitting and will. And is able to keep on all that paperwork that we know is the same between a little fire department or the truck. So, boom, done.
Wonder if the chief can do that.
Well, that,
Right,
Again,
that's a board.
again,
saying one person.
you and I are on the same page. We haven't filled the spot yet. I'm just
Right,
saying.
no, but
the
that's what I'm
spot
saying.
needs to be
That's how
established.
you do it.
right.
That's how you do it and not raise any money. You're not taking any money away from your company officers or your paid on call staff or anything else like that. You're using what you got and you're moving it to a more foundational approach. So you don't have somebody that's full time at your facility without any supervision. It's not fair to that person and it's not fair because he's like, what am I supposed to be doing? You know, as a chief, he knows what he's supposed to do. So
Can we get your input more on?
all you have to do is ask.
Can tell us, apparently we got an estimate or did we get work done on the electrical project?
27.7.
I forwarded the information that they gave, but I don't think that they spoke to John. Because we had a plan pretty spelled out for them and the invoice that I got didn't give me all of the information. As far as what we did find out, which was something that we had kind of thought was one of the problems among its many problems, there was a grounding issue. Their guy was upside down in the vehicle and bumped the wrong ground and the whole cab lit up, so, I talked to them again finally this past week. With the holidays and all that, a few people had taken a couple more weeks off. So the guy who worked on the truck, it will be there Monday, so I told Ken that I would get a hold of him. And see if we couldn't get a more in-depth on what we were actually looking for. So,
Okay, so,
That's why you saw the invoice and that's why you saw the email where he said you could contact them and.
Right,
okay.
Well, I don't know
That's not
who
like
they're-
totally
I don't
fixed.
know.
I tried to give you all the information we
Yeah.
have, we don't have it all, I did write to, John Hanson and told him that, you know, this is what we requested, I
Yeah.
was wondering where we're at with that, I mean.
so I keep getting bounced to Clinton and not John. Have a day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything before I leave? Reach out, please reach out.
Well, when they were doing the inspections, they found some issues that why it's not working right. And they went ahead.
They may
and repaired
have
them.
diagnosed,
Yeah,
okay.
And
So-
repaired, you just said they repaired it, right?
right.
yeah, they took care of it, right then,
Well,
put a ground over it, so they could do more testing to see what.
I was gonna say, but the caveat on that is that literally. The head guy said, we couldn't replicate what you guys are complaining about. He goes, and I was like, well, that's the problem, I mean, I can't either. I could go literally from a fire that the truck didn't work at. To another house fire and the pump panel will magically light up, like it's one of those deals, and they were just like, the whole time. We were digging around with things and we could not replicate your pump panel now.
well, that's what they're saying
It's
here.
not even-
Basically, they took care of the problem that they
As
found,
they found a couple things, like I said, that,
but that doesn't mean it's fixed.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And
It's
and if
fixed
we're
until
gonna
the
keep
next
that
time it
truck
does
as our
repair.
second
I'm saying,
house, we are gonna have.
tablets or.
We're gonna have
Yeah,
all
so
that,
that's the other
and there's no sense doing all, all, we can't fix the
Right.
problem.
Right,
So, we still need them to tell us.
And is there a scrap value or a trade-in value of it?
that was.
How can we find that?
They probably can give us that.
About scrap, it's but I
It's
just
just
say I'm
it's-
not gonna have a big
Ain't
amount.
gonna be much, though, if you haven't got the pump overhaul.
And it's not a popular truck by any,
No, and a lot of departments.
Yeah.
It's Ferrara.
yeah,
they all
no,
want-
not a lot of Ferrara
Yeah,
support,
but there
just
may be-
because of their problems.
That gets me.
A smaller department somewhere that needs a truck and would give us amount of money for it, even if they had to overhaul the pump. I mean, it'd still be cheaper for them.
If that was their backup
There's
or
website.
something.
Yeah, you don't know.
That's something they can do.
Well, Jason, thank you.
Jason, yes, that's good stuff. A lot of the duties of our fire department is in our ordinance. They talk about staff and command and what their duties are. I'm not gonna go through all their duties, but it's pretty detailed. It gets into everything they're responsible for, with hazards, the officers, how they're selected and all that. But I really wanna focus on what our duties are in this ordinance. This ordinance actually was updated in 2022. Prior to that, it was written in 1999. This is when we broke away from the Bangor, City, Arlington, Geneva, and Columbia Joint Fire District. And this ordinance was done basically by the Township Board Police Ordinance. We had public hearings. There were a lot of people against getting removing from it. And the 4 board members that approved making our own fire department went into a recall, and none of them got removed from office. There was about a 80% approval of township residents and not recalling the board for separating from Bangor Township. So basically, they're supporting what we did and the ordinances that we put in place.
Is that a fair statement if we were gonna get
No,
recalled for
It
it?
isn't.
Pardon?
That's not a fair statement. I mean, if enough people, it's hard to recall. If they were that upset that they started the recall petition, I wouldn't say that was a.
It was a political reason that they were doing the recall, more than anything else. You had people that came there, they were actually for generating this because of the 45-minute response time for Bangor. And sometimes Bangor not even showing up, and then 911 would have to call in another fire department to come into our area. By that time, whatever the problem was too late.
It is probably fair to say that the township wanted a fire department. And I haven't heard anybody here say
And
that.
I think they still want a fire department.
Right,
But in your ordinance, it says that basically that we, the township board, is going to approve an annual appropriation for the operation maintenance of the department and its equipment for the person who shall have the authority to use general funds and initiate creation of special assessment districts and levy assessments, sell bonds, establish user fees, raise revenue, and any other manner for the law which the operation and maintenance of the department. It shall provide for payment and debt incurred incidental to continuing the operation. It shall purchase necessary equipment and or construct public buildings for the use incidental to the maintenance and operation of the fire department and emergency services department. So by ordinance, we have that duty. Now, from that duty, if I can get there. Well, they did that. We have what's called a capital improvement plan that says that the planning commission, after adopting of a master plan, shall annually prepare a capital improvement program for public structures and improvement. If the planning commission is exempt, the legislative body shall either prepare and adopt a capital improvement program separate from or as part of the annual budget, or shall delegate a preparation of a capital improvement plan to the chief, elected officials, or non-elected administrative officials, subject to a final approval by the township board. And then it said that in the commission's judgment, it will need or desirable can be undertaken within an ensuing a 6-year period. So in other words, they're asking you to look out 6 years and determine what millage rate you need for that. So then if you start looking further at it, it says future costs should be included when determining the emergency service millage rate in Michigan. Municipals are required to budget for both immediate and long-term needs, include anticipated operational increases of future capital improvements. Rationale for that is agro-financial planning, which Michigan Planning Enabling Act, which I just read, requires communities to develop multiple-year capital improvement plans and projects that need to be financed for 6 years into the future. back in 1999, they did a 6-year budget. To determine what the millage rate needed to be to maintain the fire department back then. And had they kept up with doing that every 6 years, they wouldn't be in the problem we're in today. I'm just gonna read highlights of this. So basically, even if you go to our Michigan local units, our budgeting is contained in the Public Act 2 of PA, Uniform and County Budget Act. And in that budget act, it says a budget is an important policy document and allows for the implementation of the local government's strategic vision to achieve its goals and objectives. A budget is financial plan that allows the local government to balance immediate and long-term needs and is an important communication device to staff and public. So again, it's talking about looking at what we're gonna spend in the next 6 years. So we would ordinance in that. So now we want to go to emergency services. What rates? What I have here is, boy, that's kind of small. If I could- This is what I'm just looking at that there. This looks at when our pumps are due for overhauls, when we have to. The second truck's gonna need requirements for stuff, and basically you can look at 2770. It needs an overhaul in 2026. To become the second out truck. And then 2722 is been in service since 1996. It really this 30 years is gonna be in 2026. And you really don't want a truck after 30 years, but it is our most reliable truck. And we're gonna have to consider whether we need to rebuild that pump, since normally it's a 15-year process. If we want to keep it as a secondary, second out truck and try to move along still a little while with 2770 till we can build up the funds to be able to buy it without having to borrow money. We might have 3-4 years if we can increase our millage rate to be able to do that. But I have what the other trucks, like in 2034, our pumper tanker probably ought to be, looked at for replacement. The grass rigs are going to go for about 10 years. We got one that I think we returned 2762, we did turn back to the
60
DNR.
was still in service, 60 was.
Still in service, okay.
And on that note with the grass rigs, I know that we struck it from the record with South Haven doing their auction, but just so everybody knows, neither of those trucks made it to its reserve. And they have.
Don't you have a skid sitting down and?
Yeah.
That fits on that
Yeah,
chassis?
the reason I even say the South Haven one is because all I gotta do is strip South Haven's name off of it, and it's got a 100-gallon pump or
Right.
tank of water. Lights package is already on it, like that thing, they're selling those for 15 because neither made it to minimum.
Okay.
15,000?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, they're probably $100,000
The
trucks.
ones that we
So,
looked
The
at,
ones that we look
Yeah.
at.
Yep, they didn't hit their minimum bid apparently. I found that out last night. That was a 0 hour.
So then what are you gonna do with 2762?
62 would continue being the backup, medical and a grass rig.
Okay,
Until such a time where it.
so switch out the
puts to
box
sleep.
and put
Um,
the other skid on there.
We may do that, or we may just save it for when 62 retires, and then we don't have to buy another skid.
Okay,
So, I mean, it's not hurting anything being where it's at, because I don't have anything to store in that exact position,
Okay.
but at this moment. But it was just a thought that
The agenda for
I figured I would, fire across the bow, I
I
guess.
don't think it's an emergency type of thing where we have to discuss it right now, or what we need to do is talk about the mini pumper and.
Yep.
Like I said, it's not an emergency thing, it was just,
a good deal though.
yeah, I was gonna say, he mentioned grass rig in my house. And I was like, oh,
Any,
Ken
theories
said,
as to why
talking
this
about
going
getting
off?
one of the trucks from South Haven.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying, he just found out last night.
Yeah, okay.
He did get the minimum auction bid, so he'll let it
Why wouldn't he do?
So, down below on this document, I put in, I got 2023, state website, I found out what all the millage rates were for the surrounding, departments. But I looked at Arlington, Bangor City, Bangor Township and Geneva, and that average is 3.3 mils.
Hi, guys.
That average would be 3.3 mils, and, the total average, 2 mils. Don't know that. Well, now we're gonna get into. I think I'm done with that. Let's see, I'm gonna get it done. So let's see, I'm not sure you're gonna be able to read this, but. I started doing the CIP for the fire department about 5 years ago, and I went out all the way to 2042. And I calculated if you look up on the top, I calculated a percentage increase of what I would expect for each category over that period of time, and that got added to all our costs throughout that period. So with that, I was able to come up with estimated costs and how our budget would flow through this process. If you look, there's a column here that says, O&M revenue, expense, capital, where's it at? So basically, with how much money we need from, required funds to the department to be able to purchase items that we have in here, like a $500,000, tanker, which is 27, 28. It got moved out from 26, 27 at our last meeting. So I moved everything over so that you can see that basically by moving that out, and now we have a new, I went out a 10-year cost recovery, and we need 3.45 mils. I didn't put in any money coming in from the capital fund. I had that in my original budget of where I had money coming in from capital. Capital expense that we would have would be, this would, for next year, I have now this, because with this number changed on capital costs. And O&M, and money from the fund, money required to fund the department, which I had down that we was gonna get from the operating fund, X amount, and that got taken out. So basically, we're not in 27, 28. We could try to get a truck. If you put it in 27, 26, I'd have to start putting numbers back into this to see how they crunch out to come up to buying one. I don't think I brought my original budget with me, it's changed. But there are other things that gets added to this that I don't know about, and I'm guessing about. But you have Station 2 maintenance, building and grounds, and you have Station 1 building and grounds maintenance, and we have some major maintenance there that I had to add to this. Which is gonna be an additional cost of that.
Ken, backing up a little bit,
Yep.
you're talking about, was that the tanker, is that 2730 you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about 2770, they're replacing that.
Okay,
Well, I got it on the tanker though, don't I?
yeah,
No, I put that on the wrong line. 27.7. No, it says 2770, it's called a pumper tanker. And I put, that's the one that's got the 500,000 on. The tanker is 2730,
correct.
and that's way out in, quite a few years out.
I was gonna say, that's, yeah,
So basically, I'm trying to lay out a plan for all these trucks and all the repairs and that, and repairs on equipment. So that we have a full idea of what's ahead of us, and with that, I work with the budget up here to try to make it work. And,
well, I know.
Jason, I'll be more than happy to give you this spreadsheet and you can,
When we were visiting Shays for these grass rigs, I know that they were talking about, and I can't remember his name, the executive,
Brandon.
Brandon, yeah. He, let's go Brandon. So, he was talking about, shifting things out to, 2026 instead of a 15-year equipment, adding some more years to it.
Yeah,
well, and if we're gonna add more years to it, if I know that, I can put that into this and I can develop you a lot better budget if I know how far out we're going with equipment replacement and overhauls and things like that, because, overhaul is not gonna be cheap either.
right.
And so but I can make you a budget, I can put in Jason's budget into this, but they probably not the time to do that, but I could have something quickly, I could take all his
Yeah.
stuff
So Ken,
and just dump it in here.
so I can understand, if I'm just looking at the beginning fund balance or the ending fund balance. Starting 26, 27, which is 395 something.
We're expecting a
And
fund
then-
balance of 300. Where my ending fund balance of 393,934 at the end of 25, 26.
Right, so my question is, you've got currently $573,000 outlay for capital in 27, 28, and then a $517,000 outlay in 28, 29 for a second truck. So there's $1 million coming out in capital. And you're saying that if we change the millage to whatever rate, I mean, it seems like it would take us forever to recover that $1 million. Where does that $1 million come from in the next 2 years?
Yeah,
Well, you'd have to move stuff out. I mean, this is for planning. I mean, we have to do it here, but if we can't do it there, it just gets worked out. And then eventually everything lines up all in one fiscal year. So when I push one out, I gotta push everything out farther.
Well, I know, I'm just saying,
27, 22 is running fine. I'm not sure that we should, go ahead and do any, pump overhaul on it.
in 28, 29 though, you're projecting negative 676,000 in the fund balance. I'm just saying, where does that shortfall come from? The 676,000? It's not gonna come from tax
What
revenue
this
that
is,
quick.
yeah, this is showing me what my negative balance is gonna be if I make those expenditures, which, like I said, we can't do that.
Okay,
Well, back when I first said that, hey, we're gonna have a train wreck. If we would have done something then to try to balance our millage rate, by the time we got here, we wouldn't be talking about this.
If we replace trucks as aggressively as you plugged in, it is a train wreck. But if we're able to maintain apparatus longer. We don't.
It's gonna help us if we can do that,
Yeah.
but what I'm trying to tell you is, 5 years ago, I said we're gonna have a train wreck. 5 years ago, we should have been planning to buy that truck this year. And right now, 5 years from now, we're gonna be planning on buying that truck instead of next year or the year after.
In 2019. That's when we first started quick response. And we started on a trial basis. And at a budget meeting, it wasn't a board meeting, it was a workshop like this. You presented to the board. Adding quick response. And I specifically asked you if we could do that with the 2.0 millage, and you said yes. And the board proceeded based on that answer. And at that point, you had been the liaison for a couple of years. You were helping Linda Norton as supervisor with the budgeting. So you were the go-to guy. And we started it based on, hey, I know for a fact and Beverly remembers too. All I'm saying is, there was no pre-planning back then, and
I
that's
didn't, I
when we
didn't, I
first.
didn't, I didn't think we hired someone for 20 or 20.
It was,
We put it in the budget
that's right.
in 2019. So it would have been the 2019-2020 budget that we were working on. So I'm just saying, all this projection based on buying everything as quickly as you would like. And saying that you've been warning us about a train wreck, but back when we started this, there was no quick response. And 2.0 was fine. So
I think there was quick response going on back then, it's just, it was all volunteer.
it started off part-time, they had an hourly
We've been doing
rate, it was,
EMT since 1999.
I think you had.
We were also
licensed
that we
drivers
have
or
the
something.
ambulance, service.
You lost it for 2 years. It was,
So it restarted part-time and then it became forced into a full-time. So anytime anybody's been talking about taking that out of the budget, it's because that was the leap. That adding that service was what caused us to have some financial issues.
Well, I think.
One of the things is backing up.
Regardless, this shows that we can't. This plan is not sustainable, because by 2042, we're $2.8 million in the hole, so,
Right.
I mean, that's just like, this doesn't work.
Right,
So we can't do that.
and I.
So you're.
I
That's
thought-
what I'm saying. When you hit a negative,
It's
you're,
telling us that we have to do that plan.
Oh,
And now I hear you saying, you're realizing that we're gonna have to change. We can't buy all these
Well,
apparatus
when
within.
you go to negative, you already lost it. We went to negative if we tried to do anything.
And for this reason though, because we see we're gonna have a cash crunch. That's why I would be reluctant to take too much right out of the fire fund rather than make some payments.
sure.
Because we've gotta stay afloat while we're paying it off.
Yeah, it's kind of, I view it like this, it's kind of like if you have a chunk of money in your savings, you're gonna buy a car, you decide how much you wanna put on a down payment.
Right.
Like,
right,
what do I want my payments to be?
Right.
It's a cash flow thing too, it's not only a
Yes.
fund balance, it's also a cash flow, so we
Yeah.
could preserve cash flow for the emergency services budget by making
Finance.
payments.
Right, and I'm not a fan of buying on credit, but sometimes it
I
does
don't like
make
interest
sense.
payments, I call that dumb money, but there's a point where you have to do that. In a certain extent. Sure.
So I'm glad to see Ken, I feel like you are saying that you are realizing that those were aggressive.
I have realized this for a long time. I've also realized that this $40,000, if he wasn't there, you'd still be paying somebody, so that when we talk about 40,000, it's really not a full 40,000, it's actually something much less than that. But it's some more than what you normally see, because somebody's gotta respond, and you'd be paying them.
Yeah.
So,
Well, if you had a full-time chief.
if you have a full-time chief and, he would be salaried if I, set
Right.
the supervisor, he can work round shift without getting in trouble.
Sure.
Okay, 11:15. What do we wanna accomplish?
Well, we need to,
Are we gonna try to like settle on an emergency services budget today?
Jason, if you have some time, one night shortly. Even if we wanna do it before the meeting, I'd like to sit down with you and we'll go through this fire thing to see if we can come up with something that's gonna be reasonable. And we'll get John and Joe there and
I think that, based on this,
Jeremy should be able to.
you know, I think that what you're suggesting is a good alternative. If Jason, you have time to do that, these are your figures and they look pretty,
I do, and I'll do whatever, but I'm just wondering why, should we not do that right now? Why don't we workshop it right now? I thought that's why we're.
well, I think if we could get through the rest of the budget. And then, I mean, I could do it after we get rid of the budget, because I think You guys probably wanna leave it one, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll just leave the four of us and we can probably, with that spreadsheet that I have, we can, set out when we're gonna do stuff and see how it holds up.
I wasn't planning on being here all day. I was only planning on being here for about an hour, so I got other plans for the rest of the day.
Okay. I guess,
Well. I mean, here's my opinion, I guess, is. I certainly welcome input from the fire department, but I feel like that's a little more of a granular level of where they would say, hey, we don't need this much for packs, we need this much for packs. I'm thinking. The conversation that we need to have is, I think, more administrative level budget. So I'm just saying, I don't know that you need to be here.
Yep.
Because we have to kind of set the directional
Right.
budget
Correct.
first, and then we can drill down and go, hey, what do you guys think about
Right.
our individual line items?
Yeah.
But,
So,
no,
that makes sense.
you're driving the meeting, man. I came here thinking emergency services was our number one priority, and we were gonna like dig into that until we solved it, and then go to the regular budget, because regular budget mostly is done, isn't it?
you did some good work.
Yeah.
And, it now needs to be analyzed over a 40-year period and put into there, and that's gonna adjust some things around and see where we can get the money and, we're also gotta put some other stuff out. I know you need a new book this year. You talk about,
Well, we don't need a whole
demolishing
new-
Station One.
We just need
You
a
might wanna
patch.
demolish Station One, but you still got your
That's
pump
on
there, and you can't get rid of the
That's
pump,
on.
which means you can't really get rid
Yeah,
of the
that's
building.
our
You
station.
need to transfer that probably to the
So, like, our
sheriff's
primary
department,
station,
and
our
that's
next
the way
station,
you
so
sell fire
we don't
department
want.
and-
Yeah, we don't want
They're
we don't want
buildings and up there. I mean, there's a lot of,
But they were quoting
Lot of
us for the
things in
whole
there.
roof instead of just.
And
the
you don't,
patch.
you would
That's
rather
something we
just
just
have
gotta
that in a
work out.
separate meeting.
well, that is, this is a game changer, and it's a good game changer. I mean, what I'm looking at, I mean, you thought, a lot of thought into it, and there's a lot of stuff that I have that we can muddle that in with, and then I think we can plan out farther, and I guess what I'm looking to the fire department for is, well, how long do you think 2022 is gonna last without an overhaul? I mean, how long do you think you use 2770 when it doesn't, the engine pump?
I obviously can't speak for John, but if we get a new, he's just saying that, but if we get a new truck, either way, our second out truck's gonna have to be rehab, whether it's 22 or it's 70, it's just. That's where you have to do the quotes and just figure out which one costs more, just do we wanna cost us. Cause 22 does run good, but it's 1996. 2770 is newer, but it has a lot more electrical issues.
On the other hand, what we can do with the fire budget is go ahead and change it today. And, we can always look at it again later.
I'm just trying to get the budget done and fires.
I like to get the budget.
I love what, yeah, but then I also like what Jeremy said. Match was probably short in 401k and maybe it's not, so maybe it's 50.
Well, and I just, that number is like, and it could include
Maybe that's
the
a.
salary, and I said package, I think,
Yeah.
cause I, you know,
Yeah.
we don't know what that is.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for the sake of moving on, because we can't even talk
Oh,
about.
can I say something about that, Karen, real quick? Now, we have to remember, I think that's great, but we're also, I compare ourselves to Bloomingdale, who has no salary. So we are taking quite a jump as a community and a township to support this full-time thing, if that's the way to go. If we have somebody 6 miles away, then they're running it for $4,000 in salary. So
Well. I don't know how they got themselves in that position.
they're unicorns.
I will say this because Ganges Township, they just created the same exact position that we created a few years ago. And some of them were getting asked input on how our position was getting set up. Gave a little bit, but we didn't give a lot because the position was not set up beautifully. And then Lee Township, they have a position exactly like ours as well. So, and those are two very similar jurisdictions like us, like very similar in size.
Angie says 3 times our tax base, and
Tax based money wise, but I'm talking operational wise, what they call wise. It was shortly after me, it was like 2 years.
so why are they have someone.
We're not doing their calls, we're assisting them on structure fires like they assist us on structure fires. It's give and take. We help them out, they help us out.
What I tried to.
We don't go out, I don't go up there for all their EMS calls, if that makes sense.
Mutual, there's auto mutual aid, that's structural fires. Then there's mutual aid when 911 calls you because they're not getting their response over there, they got a medical, nobody's showing up. Next stage is 911's gonna call
That,
them.
that does not happen very often. That's like a.
Yeah, so that's.
No, it does happen. I'm just saying it doesn't happen as much as the structure fires.
Alright.
I have yet to actually go into Lee Township for EMS. I've only been up there for structure fires. I've gone to Bloomingdale for EMS.
For minutes, because that's not what Jason said. So.
Well, yeah, I personally have.
You understood what
I
he
don't
was
know what
actually
they
saying,
say.
I tried to stop it.
I'm just giving facts.
So now we're talking about medical first.
Yeah, this position.
Which is not.
No, I was just-
Like,
yeah.
we gotta stay focused on.
Yep.
The overall
I don't
budget.
I'm a weed girl, sorry about that.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, if we wanna go through the fire department, I got the fire department budget sitting right up here.
Well, don't we have to decide what we're gonna do?
I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, chief. I mean, I'm just. That's just a suggestion. I mean. It seems like this is the biggest piece of our.
We don't even know what, our fire department thinks about swapping fire chiefs at this point.
Well, if they don't,
Wait,
that's the way we
Who
decide.
said we're swapping fire chiefs? Who
Yeah.
said that?
What's swapping fire chiefs? Who said that?
Okay,
Nobody said we're swapping fire chief yet.
And this is also
I
a
didn't-
board thing, if they don't wanna do it, then it's a job open. Right?
I guess, do we wanna have a full-time, fire chief? That's the question.
Let me get Gary and.
Probably need Gary.
Okay, good.
It'd be ideal if Kara was here, but.
Yeah.
There's a public comment section to your agenda.
You
This is a
have
workshop.
a comment, read
Two questions. With the $1 million shortfall, are you saying that 3.4 is what it takes to get us in a balanced position?
it would take, 10 years to get us in balance.
Okay, but the 3.4 gets us there. That's which was it. Okay. And then the second thing is, Jason, first comment, did great work on this. Really give us a ton of thought and have it translated to actual numbers. It's really helpful. But I'm not hearing you guys talk about 1B, which is the vision for services that we're gonna provide. It seems like that's just been jumped over and now we're figuring out how to pay for a truck or a roof repair.
The service that we're gonna provide is in in the ordinance that I showed up there, lists everything that we're gonna do as a fire and emergency service.
Well, none of that is ever set in stone, right? I mean.
No,
you know,
that's not gonna live with that ordinance.
Right,
We can change yours.
so forget what the ordinance says. What do you want it to be? I'm not hearing that
That's what
conversation.
Jason just got done saying. I think we gotta have the vision first and see where we're going.
That's my point.
Well, baked in, I think what I didn't really dig into, I appreciate the comments, the baked into, at least in my mind, baked into. Having a full-time chief. I think the things that you would gain out of that is you would be able to maintain the medical calls.
Right.
Cause the assumption would be that the chief would be able to do the medical calls. I mean, we've been arguing forever about daytime availability for calls because we built our service providing around current staffing schedules. I mean, JC's a pastor half the time and he's a instructor and Jeremy's a teacher and everybody has other jobs. And I mean, that's just a reality. But if you had a full-time chief there in the station, they could provide some of those services that I think we all want, but we just don't, we can't make sense of the data or the numbers in our head. And then, I guess, to follow that up in terms of vision, it's that chief would be able to spend the time necessary to develop long-range equipment plans and maintenance schedules and also, I'm just thinking of all the things we've discussed at meetings, like, oh man, we got recruits spending the night in the fire station for various reasons and we don't know what's going on there. It's like the chief would be the anchor to set all that how we think it should be as a township. I'm not saying that answers every vision question. I'm just saying, I feel like if you start there, the chief becomes your ambassador for everything that we want to do as a township rather than it just being fragmented. And that's no disrespect to the people that did it fragmented. I'm just saying you have somebody who's thinking about it and executing on it full time. In my mind, that's like the number one benefit. I think maybe baked into my proposal is we're essentially continuing to do the services that we're offering now. But I don't know what all other services could be available, but if you had a full-time chief there thinking about all that and figuring out ways to do it, I'm assuming we could expand our services a little bit. Again, though, I'm not the expert there, I don't know what that would look like. That's kind of how I guess I was starting to think about the vision, Bill. Again, it's not fully fleshed out yet. I was just trying to get us pointed in the right direction, but if you have no other thoughts.
No, I mean,
Great.
that's helpful. I mean, to a certain extent, what I'm hearing is that we're flying, you know, with maybe more arms sort of tied behind our back because we don't have a full-time chief who's thinking about all this.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't very many meetings ago where we were considering, do we even want emergency services in here? Can we afford it? Should we have it? And I think we all as a board said, yes, we want it and we should have it. But we were still left with the quandary of like, okay, well, how do we shore this thing up? Because it just feels like we're always running on a flat tire all the time. And I think that going in the direction of getting a chief in place that can execute on all the vision that we want to see as a township is like the number one step. But that's me, my opinion.
And I would just add, related to that, if it's part of the vision, if we have a full-time chief, does the township want us to become from our neighbors' standpoint, do they want to start relying on us? Do we want to start accepting payment from other townships? Do we want to be that stable resource in our area? I think that's a question that goes into the vision. It's not just our township, but we're already in this mutual aid world. Do we want to make a decision to remain there and be the fire department emergency services that our neighbors can count on? And in which case we do contract with them.
Well, you guys could speak better. I mean, that's a great point, Kate. If I would say probably absent of having a different structure, we probably can't provide consistent or reliable enough service to where we could legitimately charge for it. But maybe if we shift gears, we could.
It's a revenue generator.
Right.
Yeah, because you're never gonna, in this day and age, you're not gonna. Recruitment for like the worldwide of firefighters is going down, so you're never gonna get away from mutual aid. Cause you need it in your township and then you need it in other townships too, so it's just give and take, so you can't get away from it, so the more reliable you can be. The more people want you, and then the more people that want you, the more people wanna join your fire department too, because you're doing a good job at it.
Mutual aid was developed during a time where handshakes meant something.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for it is because it's a way of showing not just your own community, but your neighboring communities. We're here for you, you care about it. But that was also during a time of people not having to lock their doors. You could leave your livestock out all night. And the only thing you had to worry about was a wolf, you're coming after it. But the thing of it is that culturally and as part of a brotherhood, it's like, I don't understand the circumstances with Cheshire. Like the whole paying for services, the only reason it makes sense to me is because they don't have their own
They
fire
don't.
department.
Yeah, that's the whole reason why, yeah.
But one of those deals, but I mean, the system legality has evolved and all that kind of thing. I mean, it's not just some undue structure that they're just like, oh yeah, no, they said they'd come. I mean, there's different forms of it. Vegas, I just got an updated version from years back of what other departments thought we were sending to them. And what we thought they were sending to us for separate alarms. And I mean, it's very outdated. Like, it's got trucks that don't exist anymore. Yeah, and I'm not even talking about 60, which is one that we bring up because it's the most recent one. Like, this is other trucks, this whatever 70 replaced or one of those ideas. So I mean, it's just like Jeremy was explaining, you guys, it's not kept in check, and it's an archaic model to continue making sure that our neighbors.
Hypothetically, if Cheshire couldn't afford to pay 3 surrounding townships $60,000 apiece to cover their territory. Or the other township said, oh, it's 200,000 or what, and they didn't come to that agreement where there was no transfer of money. What would happen if there was a fire in Cheshire?
So if the neighboring areas told them, hey, this is gonna be $600,000, I think Cheshire would put more effort into getting a fire department.
Mhm.
I think it's literally one of those deals where
It's a cheaper
they
option. for them right
modeled
now.
out that $180,000 is just cheaper than having emergency service. While that response rate isn't ideal, on one hand, I know that Gobles covers Cheshire more often than not, and Allen.
It's Bloomingdale, Lee Township, and then Gobles Pine Grove is what covers.
So, I mean, I know for a fact that an ambulance frequents Gobles. So I mean, as far as medical coverage and whatnot, they probably get their medical coverage faster sometimes.
They do,
Um,
because they're coming from Gobles.
but yeah, so I mean, I think it was a monetarily, they're just like, I mean, if they're only gonna charge us $180,000.
But I guess maybe what I was even driving at is like, if they could come up with any kind of agreement, are surrounding townships legally required to help them out from a mutual aid
No,
standpoint?
you don't have to, no, but what would happen is they would start going and then eventually they'd get a lot of lashback.
Stuff
from their
would just burn down
townships
in Cheshire County.
saying, hey, why you guys going to this, and we're not getting any money for it, then they would stop
Okay,
going.
alright.
I mean, they would start to go because that's what you wanna do, you don't stop
I can
serving.
tell you
Exactly.
what was told to me by Bloomingdale. Because they are volunteer, you know, they said, cause I said, well, what if we need you here for something? He says, well. If it's not really a structure fire where it's a problem, we're not gonna go, because our guys can't afford to take time off their work, they're not getting paid, so. If it's something serious, we'll see if we can help, but they don't plan on it.
And like Waverly, they don't have a fire department, so Bloomingdale covers a third, I think Bangor covers a third, and then I think.
Paw covered, it's between Paw and
That's what they
Bangor
do
doesn't have
when,
anything.
from what I'm finding out, Jason, that's what they do when they don't have a fire department, but they have an agreement for that third. And when we had talked about all of our options here about maybe not having a fire department, Bloomingdale said we wouldn't be able to cover all of you just for those same reasons,
Right,
but we could help with a third,
yeah,
so.
I mean, I would reach out to Cheshire and just ask them, hey, what's going on here? There's a monetary transfer of funds, but yeah, like I said, I mean, it's. In the emergency services, one of the things that I've always appreciated about it is the fact that I know that if my car's rolled over in the ditch. I want that security blanket to know that someone's coming to help me. And the fact that there's an extra security blanket of, hey, if the people that are supposed to be able to come help me can't come help me,
Plan B is gonna.
somebody else is coming to help me. One of those, and that's how I've always, but I know
They're covered by.
Cheshire's carried by
Bloomingdale,
three different folks, so,
So they have coverage, they just don't have their own coverage.
yeah, so.
See, Pawpaw gets funded by Waverly and Almena,
Mhm.
and another one I can't think of, but
Township
anyway,
and
it's like,
So Kate, that's how some of the fire department, you know, are making.
Having a freeway through your area doesn't hurt you.
oh,
So, I mean,
Well, and the only other point that we all know, the obvious point, this is all being done in a time where the best that we can project, township revenues are challenging. And they're not just challenging for us, they're challenging for every other
They're not getting better.
township.
they're getting
Yeah,
tight, so, I mean,
so I would anticipate,
their funds are.
We are getting a cut, state
Getting less
funds,
and less.
and people cannot afford the property taxes that we already have, so we
Exactly.
cannot ask people. to
This
take
is a great conversation, because at the most fundamental level, from a vision standpoint, I mean, the two options at the opposite ends of the spectrum are, we get. $252,000 a year in fire revenue, which I don't know how that changes if we. Didn't have a fire department with the SAD and how all that works legally, but I'm saying. We could, on that end of the spectrum, go, hey, we're gonna hire that out for 60,000, even 70,000. It'd only be $210,000, we'd be in an operating surplus. I'm not saying we want that, I think we all voted that we don't want that, so now we have to figure out on the other end of the spectrum is. How do we make the budget work so that we actually have an emergency service department?
and
We
if.
don't have to hire it
in
out.
addition, yeah, and if we take if we think we can handle the decision of, you know, being the regional provider, then we can actually potentially raise revenue. It's a big if, but it does go to your vision question.
There's a lot
Where
of
do you
ifs.
wanna be?
And I'll make it even more complicated because. There's still a very large if with additional tax revenue potentially coming from Vesper that could play into this.
Yep.
This long range vision of, what kind of services do we provide?
Well,
Because
if
all
we
of a
end up
sudden
with
we have,
this, we have to have,
what's that?
if we end up with the best, we have to have,
Well, we would, I mean, that would come.
right?
Um,
Have they filed? I've heard so many different things.
I haven't, I was actually gonna call Rich the other day, but I forgot to, but I'm just saying. We don't know what that looks like yet, but that could certainly, if we were on that course, that would be like going around that little Hot Wheel track and you hit that little engine that makes the tire go faster, you'd be like, there's some more revenue right there. It could be regional provider, I don't know.
For the lithium.
Yeah.
we're gonna have to provide our own.
Yeah, we would, yeah, and then, yeah, in that sense, we'd be the mighty or.
Hazmat
Having
techs,
some
that's a
hazmat-
lot of money, you're
Yeah.
talking.
That's why they called it, because Barry already has everything set up.
Yeah.
and-
So we're saying if we had a battery storage.
Yeah, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, like, in order to
Put that up. What,
successfully have your own, cause I mean, we are all trained in hazmat.
Ops, never.
Ops.
We're not required though, I mean, that we're getting off track a little bit,
No, we
but,
would call Barry instead.
well, I'm just saying, well, we're also not supposed to touch it. So I don't think our fire department would be going into
I do
actively
this,
do anything. with
I do
that.
that.
The only way we would
If
is
there was
if.
a grass fire right nearby, they'd be all over it. I mean,
Oh, sure.
that
We
would
would,
actually-
we would
yes.
protect exposures. Absolutely.
Protect exposures and just go down our three priorities,
Yep.
life safety, anybody inside?
You know, as far as your question about the vision, I mean, yeah, we've got a proposed way of going, but the way that Jason's plan overall still meant that it tells us we're supposed to continue doing what we do.
Yes.
And that was what I got from Ken going back through the ordinance. It's like, okay, so it's business. So,
Okay, so
Yeah.
what are we deciding here?
Bishop,
We got up, down revenue, we're gonna do
I know what I'm.
that.
Numbers are debatable. Sorry, what were you saying here?
I'm kind of down the rabbit hole. What are we gonna do here?
I just think we need to decide what are we trying to accomplish today? I mean, is 1 o'clock, we kind of agreed 1 o'clock? We got an hour and 15 minutes.
I think that clock's wrong unless it's been fixed. It's
Uh,
an hour ahead.
Good with my watch.
It's 11:41.
Someone put battery.
Somebody fixed it?
I got the ladder out and did it.
I would say it depends on how the board is feeling.
$500.
We've got 4 board members, Kara's absent. Is this proposal something we wanna entertain and pursue? Do we talk about it now? Do you guys wanna chew on it? Can we work on other parts of the budget? I feel like we could, in the next hour and 15, either go through the rest of the budget line by line and try to shore that up and reserve this for future discussion if it's a big enough issue, or we just dig in on the emergency services and try to solve that in the next 75 minutes. That's what I would suggest.
Well, I wasn't on the board when they hired a full-time person, but they rushed that through. Everything became an emergency, so I really would rather this not be an emergency without some thought and, give care of the packet too. And I think I like the idea, but I also know what happened last time when the board rushed and put in a full-time person. And then we've been trying to figure out how to pay for it ever since.
Well, since Jason has the fund balances for the funds, we can move those around to the fire chief and all that after we approve the budget. If we're gonna leave that area equal to the same, we could go ahead and approve what we have right now and just move that later. I think through all that, the question is now is whether we're gonna buy a fire truck next fiscal year or the year after, and what other equipment we're gonna do over the next, I would say 6 years, so that we can actually get a good idea of where we're at and what we actually need under the millage rate or coming up with a fund.
We cannot raise the millage rate. We have got to live within our budget. We cannot do that, Ken. People cannot afford any
Well,
more
then,
taxes.
then we need to take it from the general fund, for a good share
Well,
from the
we just
general
talked
fund.
about a loan from the general fund. I don't think we're taking it.
I know, the general fund, your general fund is $133,002. As of the end of 25-26. This might be up as high as 793,000.
So what you just said, you said 100, you meant 1,000,000,
You meant 731.
so, okay,
You meant 731. There's no million there.
oh, okay.
So, and thank you to everybody on the board for managing the general operating to actually have savings instead of spend. That doesn't get mentioned often enough.
I don't have a problem with, maybe tentatively getting a truck, on down payments or transferring funds or anything, but I'm not doing it unless we have a positive repayment plan in place.
Oh, absolutely,
Pardon?
absolutely.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And if it, you know,
I don't do it with my own finances. I'm not gonna, it's easy to spend other people's money until you run out.
then they just ask for more.
Yeah, right.
And that's not what we're gonna do to
No.
our taxpayers. I think it's a good, I like the idea, it makes sense. I think, like you said, the numbers are there, we could do that. We have to get a fire truck, we can work that out. One way or the other.
So,
Let's solve that
So I
right now,
think we
then.
should,
You wanna solve that right now?
yeah, I
Yeah,
think we should.
cool.
yeah, I
I
don't
think
know.
we should.
I would appreciate if that was what got
That'd be
done.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds fantastic to me.
We've been talking about it for.
So, couple questions for you guys there. Are we really 1 to 2 years out? Like if we said today we're buying a fire truck, which I don't think we are, but
Just so as far as it goes, that 1 to 2 years is straight bare bones. We go back to the drawing board and we submit to these people. Hey, this is what we're looking for. Can you build it from the ground up?
We would start by looking at stock stuff first that we can just modify, but if there's nothing available, then that's what you're looking
We
at.
said we might be able to get one within.
Right,
years.
right, Faust, we look at Faust again
It
and,
doesn't matter, even if it's
Yeah.
2 years, if we don't start it now,
Well, Spencer
Yes.
has numerous
Pushing it
trucks
down the
sitting
road.
out there. That's
right, we
that
just.
Can be
So,
finished.
For the stock
you get it,
first.
that would be
That's
fabulous.
possible.
Yeah, we would start with one that hopefully isn't. Is the close out as possible, that's already close to our specs. Unfortunately, that one that we had at Spencer was, I mean. Short of a waste paper basket, that was the closest thing that we've ever seen to a truck that we've asked someone else to build, but we went through.
I had one issue with that.
Uh-huh.
There was no warranty.
Yeah, that was the one that was in the.
There's no-
No, that was that one that was in the accident, the one that, the last one that we were looking at. But it came up on the chopping block where they were like, do it or we gotta sell it,
Oh,
one of those deals,
I
so.
understood.
So as a board, if we decide that we are going to buy one, if something like that comes up, we at least need to start the process here. Otherwise, if we wait another year, we got another.
What I had is on my original budget, I had $350,000 coming over from the, operating fund. You can make it a loan to the fire department. And then that would take the fire department budget. You get to the bottom of it.
But didn't they determine that was more than they were willing to take out of?
Well, the board changed it, but now you're back to borrowing money from the general fund again.
Yeah, but not
You would have,
But
you would have
not
ended up having, with a fire department fund balance would only been, $196,000 at the end, and that would, be that proper percentage for the, maintaining the fund balance without going into the negative.
Yeah, we already discussed that prior and that was.
Okay,
no-
well, you tell me how you're gonna buy a truck.
What you guys said to buy this truck was financing, right?
What's that?
The most
Oh,
popular
yeah,
thing between all.
it's
board
not the
members.
most popular, but it's the
It's
most
the most feasible.
feasible.
Put a good down payment.
Literally, yes, prove. Putting a down payment down on a truck doesn't, I understand the interest for sure. No interest accrual, one of those deals, but I feel like for the sake of the board having an actual cohesion on it, I think a yearly payment idea through the company, or I know that you went through you guys have got a couple bank estimates for what the payments would be. Putting down a lump sum as a down payment, making the payments the next year cheap.
We could also buy it from the state.
But $550,000 to $750,000 in one pot is not.
Once you come up with the amount of money that you're gonna borrow, then you have to go through the treasury department. And they can figure out what your payments are and what their interest rate is, and then you actually know.
Well, yeah. Would. Do we know what the timeline is on down payment versus when first payment starts?
So, if I remember correctly, when we were going through the process with that company, I think it was out of North Dakota.
Oh, emergency plus.
They literally would design it. And when you said, hey, we want you to build that truck, that was down payment time.
Right.
That's what I said.
I don't remember, I don't believe I ever saw numbers for that.
Okay.
So one of those deals, we would obviously prefer to replace 70 as quickly as possible. So we would start with our stock options first.
Well, I just think what we would do, if, let's say, real round numbers, 550 is the number, we put $100,000 down, we owe 450, we finance that over 7 years, say that's 70,000 a year. With some interest, I don't know what the interest rate's gonna be, so 70,000 a year we gotta come up with. And if we went, well, the fire department's gonna pay 150 of that, and the township's gonna loan the rest of it, then you just go. Every year we budget for 20,000 from you guys and 50,000 from us, so it's not like the cash is disappearing right away.
Right.
We're just securing the financing, and we add a new line item for debt retirement. I guess the question is, at what point does the fire department start paying back the general fund money of 50,000, but we would have that covered, we wouldn't. So,
Yeah, you wouldn't wanna be in a position where you were totally reliant on that repayment.
right,
To be able to keep everything afloat.
and I think we have
And
enough cash where we don't need to be relying on it, we can certainly. Encourage it or force it, but if they ran into trouble. It's not like the township couldn't, because we're only saying. We're gonna allocate over 7 years of
Right.
time, 250,000 or whatever the number is. And presume repayment, but even if it didn't get repaid for whatever reason, it's kind of what a bank does, right? What's the risk? Can I afford the risk? It's not gonna destroy our
right,
general fund balance, and if things go haywire, we sell the fire truck. I don't know. I mean haywire in a really bad way.
Well, I guess the big question is how much of a loan from the operating fund do you want to allow?
And I think,
it's a question for Mary.
Yeah,
Well, you know how I feel, but,
it can't be 0.
when I started, I think Karen can help me with this, the fund balance was like 400 and something, now we're up at 700, but we literally have cut our spending down to bare bones. And we haven't ordered, we just now ordered office supplies, first time in 3 years, because we used every paper clip in this place. So I would like for you guys to, if you want some lessons, I'd have it come on, help me with that, but,
I got a pen.
all right, that's all you need. And then, we also started investing money, so we do have that income. Now, we're gonna have to do a resolution for that, on how we're gonna disperse that we can work on. Before the next thing, so I think we're in a really good place to be able to do this. I would like. Some appreciation for the board for living so frugally and everybody doing such a good job.
Amen, Mary.
Missionary, that we can do this, right? Instead of spending it, which was the trajectory that we were now. I also think there's other things in this township that needs to be done. We need other things than just the fire truck, so I think we need to also do capital improvement plans for other things that are important to the community. So as much as this we have to take care of now, I wanna make sure we also, like this year. I'm okay with a gift of 50,000 of interest money, but and I'm not saying we're gonna gift that every year to the fire department. We need to then take care of other things. We're gonna need 2 new furnaces. We're gonna need things too, so I think that Jason's plan absolutely can work with what was it, 200, loaning 200, which would have to be at the 3.2 that I'm making now on interest. So there will be, you know, that's the lowest, because
So,
we're taking out money, so we're gonna make less on interest. So it is, you know, we're gonna get a little hit there, but we'll get it paid back with it.
so on this amount you're talking about, what's coming from general fund, what's coming?
Well, I think
from-
Jason put it on here, he had two. What is
We've
your,
got 244.
That was just, I just
General
was
fund.
spitballing numbers, and I went, hey, we got 50 here, we got 81 here, we took 175 from these guys, I think all these
So
are,
if you make it
these are
250,
negotiable.
for instance.
Okay?
then we can figure out the.
Or an alternative, hearing what a few people have said, if we think 175 from the fire fund is a little aggressive. Because we don't wanna put them in a precarious
Right,
situation, maybe that drops to 125 and the general fund goes up to 300, I know I'm going in the wrong direction. But, think, if it's gonna be paid back, it's gonna be paid back.
Yeah, but you kind of made that like, well, if they do pay it back, so you put that out in my mind.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna gamble money, you gotta afford to lose it, so,
Mhm.
and I don't- well. Okay.
No,
We're not even
your
losing it, because
doesn't-
we're buying an asset that could be resold, but.
Your
A lot of
scenario,
times we can't get grants because our fire fund has, got a fund balance.
So we should take it out of the fire fund then and not the
You
general.
should take, and
Mid,
you get it to
Not
where you're
the
down to about,
Well, yeah.
170, they're gonna.
But, okay, so their big thing were the air packs, when are they gonna need those again? 15 years?
50 years, but they're gonna try to start buying some on a rotation or two.
Don't need to yet.
I would say
wouldn't,
right now,
that's why.
but like Jeremy told you guys, the next time we get packs. We're gonna try to lump it in with somebody else that's getting.
Okay.
Because it's just, well, it was just literally something that
2
we,
years after.
yeah, people from, I don't remember if it was South Haven.
I just don't want our lack of planning to come to emergency.
Oh, yeah, stop even the Culver.
Should we start with verifying the actual fund balance in the fire fund, is it 396,060? I think that was the number.
396,060, that was as of,
and typically they have put balance.
25, 27.
Okay, 396,060, what are we comfortable as a board dropping that down to?
They shouldn't they have their operating costs for 1 year? I mean, that's our
Yeah.
thing, so.
please.
Well, that's 232-ish, I mean, we haven't set that budget exactly yet, but.
Jason, what's their threshold to be eligible for grants to bring that down to? Is it 0 or is it? You guys know.
It depends on.
I don't
Yeah.
know, I think it's just a general principle, like if a grant reviewer looks at your slush and says, oh, they got plenty of money, they don't need money, I don't know what
We
that.
don't know if it's like 50 or if it's 100.
Legitimately, if a department comes up against us with 295 in that fund, if a department comes up with 295 against us, we will lose that. rate. Because their need is $5,000 more. Than ours was. That's literally, that's how it works. Need based.
The channel is.
So.
So it's wiser then to have the fire department really drawn down before you start taking from.
Well, that was what Jeremy was proposing. He wants to know if there's a way, if one of the attorneys or anybody can figure out a way. While it's, yes, that we all know that that's our fund. But if someone that looks at a grant goes,
Well, what is?
oh, they don't have any money for the fire department, okay,
Well,
there's
they
their,
apply for a grant. They can pay us a lump sum out of their fund before they apply to pay back their loan. They don't have to pay payments. I mean, they can, if they need to go down by 100, they can pay us 100 on their loan.
As long as
And then if we,
it's,
right?
you know, as long as the grant is etched in stone, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're gonna get it.
Well, then they'll just borrow it.
Or, yeah, or the grant.
If the grant doesn't look at 6 months worth of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Activities.
And I
see
think-
if it looks-
and I think that's why Jeremy was looking for, is why he, a way for it to not be directly associated with us, but still be available. to us.
Earmarked for
Could
it,
it
yeah.
be a capital improvement plan, Kate? That's earmarked, with grants, if they look at the fire fund and say there's 300, but they're not gonna get anything because there's 300 in there. Because we have a capital improvement plan with money in it for the fire department, so we don't have the balance of 300, do we have like,
I think so, but this is not something I feel I can really give a good answer
that's fair.
if we start with 396,060 as their fund balance and we wanna reserve. 1 year of operating costs in that fund. If you take out 230 from that, which leaves, they could contribute 166, and that would drop it down to 230. But if we think 230 is still too high for grant purposes, let's go more.
What now is that?
We had a grant, we just looked at, they said that we could only have 3% of our poplar heating fund, right?
Yeah.
But that was like.
How can they expect people to function?
Well, yeah, I know, I mean, I can't imagine anyone being down there to be able to get.
A lot of townships
do that.
I would give somebody money that was that, that are.
Does that include any money from the general fund? Is that just fire?
I'm just talking about how much we're pulling from the fire fund
Okay.
to start.
Okay, that's fine.
So
So the general.
166 from the fire fund toward the truck would leave 230. If we think maybe it's advantageous to drop the fund below 200, then it gets a little bit dicey. You don't have quite a year of operating funds, but if we're going for grants, let's make that move. And keep in
I'm
mind,
talking
this is,
about grants for personal protection, but put that at this point, not a fire engine, because we don't know if that's gonna come back.
No, just general grants.
But we do know that
Yeah.
there's an annual grant funding process for things like personal protective,
Yes.
and there was this year.
yeah,
there is every
Yeah, well, yeah, but it changed. I mean, fire truck was supposed to, the grant was supposed to be available this year and it's not, so we can't say for sure we know what FEMA will do next year.
AMG is available now.
Yeah.
Not for fire trucks that I'm aware of.
Right.
Can I use your bathroom?
Absolutely, right there.
Well, PPE, you pay exempt PPE every single year. That's like one of the biggest, like, that's one of the biggest grants out there is PPE and that's.
Okay, so
Right.
back to the numbers,
That doesn't go away.
then what would we be able to, Mary? I see the smoke, so look.
Yeah, she doesn't wanna let go of something she's worked really hard to
Well, right,
get a
but
balance.
I just don't want it. I mean, I expect that everybody then lives real frugally and works toward saving more money
right,
as a taxpayer.
but so what total amount here could we be using?
I think that it's fair to use the interest without having to be repaid. I think that would be what we would contribute. I think of the loan part, I think we could do 250. So there's 300 from the general fund, basically.
Plus the,
Is this capital projects a factor, or is that really part of the 250?
I don't have an answer back from our accountant on that yet, so I don't want to commit
Not
that.
to complicate this, but keep in mind that all this money doesn't come out of the account at the same time.
that's right.
So
But
it's
you're
like,
forbidden.
if we're gonna commit 200 from the fire department, we only need 100 from them right now to put the down payment.
Right,
And then
right,
the first payment is due right here.
Right. So if
So,
we use the fire fund for the down payment,
right.
then we will have time to save more money. And we'll have a timeline. This is what we need by then.
Right,
Well, and that's why I said financing.
Well, this is just a budget, if we put 300 down there,
Put it
we
around.
don't take it out until we need it.
that's right.
I'm sorry, John, to over.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
100%. I was just reiterating, financing is the only way to do it. It's
And
just,
just as a community member, as a taxpayer, I do not consider this a splurge. I consider this smart spending, not extravagant spending. So
Well,
And
I do
an account,
appreciate
I get
that.
the accountant side of it,
Mhm.
because I'm accounting, so.
No, we need to do
Yeah.
this. We absolutely need to do this, but we need to do it responsibly.
we wanna do it
And I
without
consider this.
biting everybody else. So,
Okay, so
can we vote on this today, or do we have
Yeah.
to wait till the meeting on Tuesday?
I think we should vote on that.
we've got, you have majority of
We
forum.
don't vote on anything today. We don't.
I think we should vote on the fire truck at least, so we can get this. ball
I agree.
rolling.
Yes.
You know what else will be nice? We don't have to
Put it on
rehash
the
the same
agenda.
thing over and over.
Be awesome.
I'm gonna say, what we will be discussing is we're not buying another Yugo fire truck, right? Like we
Oh,
have
no.
really
Oh,
good stuff.
no.
Here,
Uh-uh.
so, no lemons.
Not a Ferrari.
No, for,
So,
yeah, no for
Go ahead, Jason, and make that motion. Up to-
Well- Are we ready to make the motion? Is there any other questions specific to board members or public? I mean,
No, I just wanted to know the amount of money we're talking about for the down payment and then what's gonna be coming out of general fund as well.
Which we don't know yet.
Yeah.
We're
okay.
gonna take the down payment, so far out of the fire thing, and then we'll figure out how our payment is.
And then,
I would say we should cap it at this meeting at 550 because that's our quote.
Oh,
if we have to adjust that, then we can. So I would
that's,
make a motion that we approve a fire truck up to $550.
well, I
Does that
think
not include interest?
personally,
No, it does not include interest.
personally, the last
Hoping we
one
don't
we
have
got that JC put in for a mini pumper. Now, this is a couple years ago. But it was $315.
Yeah, but if we put max $550.
No, I know,
But
I,
it's
yeah,
been updated
It's been a
since
couple of
then.
yeah,
2 years ago.
Yeah,
Interest rates are.
you know, it's kind of like our $15,000 turnaround that we said we pay 40 for, you know, if we don't get started, we're not paying.
right.
Wood's gone up, copper's gone up, metal's gone up.
Oh,
everything's gone up.
Plastic is now officially the new.
Labor.
I will make a motion. I'll make a motion
That's
that
why
we approve the
I
purchase.
Barry's gonna make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the purchase of a fire truck, mini pumper, right? Up to $550 cost, price. Thousand. Yeah, $550. I'll buy it.
I'll second.
Should we add to that motion that we're initiating that purchase with a down payment coming from the fire fund? Because I do think it's not saying exactly, I'm on board with the motion, I'm just saying, I'm trying to be like real precise, because we're not at all saying exactly how we're
Okay,
paying for it
Karen,
yet.
right.
Which I don't know that we can, because we gotta see what the payment plans are and where the money's gonna come from, but should we at least say,
Down payment.
we're gonna purchase it and put a down payment on it of blank from the fire fund?
For the first 100,000 of the down payment coming from the fire.
We've agreed that we're, as a board, gonna pay for it, and the fire fund is part of the board, I mean,
Okay,
we have jurisdiction over all of the
Then
cash.
where the funds are coming from at the time.
I don't know if we have to. I mean, we
Well,
can, I can add it,
a ledger entry, is that all you're saying, or we just,
yeah, and the money's gonna come out and it's gonna be a journal entry. But I don't wanna make it, you know, if we end up, it's a $200,000 one and they wanna only spend, you know, if we look at it and we're like, do we really wanna take that out of there? I think that could be done afterwards, but I can say it now.
Especially when we have real numbers.
well then, okay, that's a good point, maybe it's just, we're approving the purchase. The exact details of down payment, and payment plans to be determined
Yes.
based on
And-
final price or whatever.
Remember, I mean, the board has jurisdiction over all of the money,
right,
so, you know,
okay.
we're agreeing that we're gonna do it, we're just gonna work together to get it done.
Ken,
Are you okay with that?
thoughts?
Oh, I need to actually write down the motion, since I don't have the card.
I was just trying to keep it simple, like,
What was your motion?
the board approves the purchase of $550,000
For a minimum.
for a mini pumper,
Up to.
Yeah.
up to five, not to exceed, thank you, though, Karen,
Not including interest.
not including interest. Oh, we don't.
Could we kind of change that, the motion is to include into our budget the purchase of a mini fire truck for $550,000? Because
So you're,
it's gonna be in the budget, it's not actually gonna be the 550. See what I'm saying?
Help me.
You're not writing a check for $550.
We're not
I see.
writing a check for $550,
We're
we're
putting
putting it in the
budget.
budget.
That is
Yeah.
a good point.
Can I do
That's a
that?
good point, yep.
You have to include taxes, that's true, because that's not an insignificant
Yeah.
number.
Well, that's when we get to our negotiating. I love to negotiate. I'll go with sense.
I'll bring you along.
Okay, Mary made the motion, who's, anyone second? Gary
Read
seconded,
it back.
there's a motion to authorize putting $550,000 in the budget. I'm gonna put the fiscal year in there. 26, 27 for a mini pumper.
But it's not all happening in 26, 27. Sorry to be stickler, like,
We're putting it in the budget for 26, 27. All right? We gotta do another budget next year to add any additional money that we're gonna spend. If we don't spend.
Well, we're
some
not
of
gonna
this,
spend
if-
$550 probably. this year. We won't be able to probably hit it this year.
I don't think you're gonna hit 550 this year,
Well, just because it's in the budget doesn't.
Doesn't mean we have to spend it. Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
true.
but next year the budget would have to, whatever the additional cost would be beyond April 1st. John, how long did he say for delivery of a truck if, since we didn't get one of the ones that they?
Well, like I said, the first thing we're gonna do is look to see if there's one that in their pipeline anywhere that follows those specs that we were already at.
Yeah.
But like I said, I mean, if we have to start at the tires, I mean, it could be 1 to 2 years.
Brad,
That's a very real reality, and if we go through the company in North Dakota, we also have to figure out the expense of either you guys going to North Dakota to accept that truck, or.
I'll drive that baby back.
Yeah.
Always wanted to go.
So, someone has to go, the only way to accept a
For
truck
everybody.
is for, I think it's 2 trips.
Yeah.
There's a mid chassis
Sure.
and a final chassis. Someone has to go to that plant and.
Yeah.
Is North Dakota our preferred?
We already decided that we were trying to do local, so unless it's
We're gonna-
ridiculous.
we're gonna do our best to
prefer that. Something ever goes wrong, it's down the road.
But yeah, no, it could be incredibly soon, like one of those deals, or
Could be 2
Brandon
months.
said it could be 4 years.
So treasurer and former treasurer,
Oh, okay.
does that motion make
Even-
sense?
We're a full size.
So I'm saying we're putting it in the budget this year and we're gonna make journal entries subsequent years if we don't spend the 550, we're just saying, we're authorizing 550 blanket. We're gonna figure out how that is spread out over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then we'll have to adjust it, everything is open for that. I do wanna, just to make sure, I mean, we'll get a quote from North Dakota, South Dakota, wherever. But then we'll go to Spencer's, cause we did try it, we said we wanted to buy local.
And then we
But
look
all
at
possible.
fountains too as well.
what about Pierce?
Pierce, they don't really make mini pumpers.
Oh,
They're great trucks though, but
semi-cool though.
yeah,
Two quotes, period.
Oh, yeah, we absolutely.
we look at valves.
Hey, I got a motion by Mary, second by Gary, to authorize putting in the fiscal year 26-27 budget, $550,000 for a mini pumper.
So
And before anything happens, it always has to come before the board, you guys realize that, right? I mean, we have to know, right, these are the 2 we're looking at, these are the quotes.
We get an expense, it's gotta come to the board and get approved by the board.
Yeah.
We get-
We'll
Yeah, that one's
get us lots of quotes.
Roll call vote, Mary, you was first,
Yes,
Gary, you was second,
Yes.
Jason,
yes,
Ken, and we got, Carl absent.
what's Ken's vote?
Ken, yes.
Hallelujah, I wish someone brought some bourbon.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go.
Might be able to start regrowing some hair.
I just picked up Blanton's this past.
Did
You're gonna get a hold of,
I told Clint.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we can do the quotes, cause we know what we need and what we want.
Yep.
Ain't nothing happening.
It's already been spec'd so many freaking times.
Operationally, we know what we need and want.
How many bids do we want?
At least 2.
Two.
Because, yeah, it makes more sense for us.
And like I said,
John, are you familiar with the bidding process and the forms that you gotta fill out?
Yeah, it's emailed to us, we saw the email
Is this
from a
not-
while ago, it was months ago, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We still have it.
We'll have to do that process, and then there's gotta be a valuation of it. And the lowest bid doesn't necessarily mean just the bid wins,
That's
if there's justification to.
And after the last lemon purchase, we're gonna be really open this up.
Yeah,
And that's fine, but like I said, I mean, Jeremy's spec.
Oh,
160 to 200 plus.
he's probably already got groceries.
In his- yeah,
ready to
say-
go.
And he was the one who made the list for the truck from Spencer that we were shooting for last, so.
All right, well, we accomplished a lot. I know your grandfather just passed. If you guys have to go, that's fine. Yeah, just like why we were here. so.
Yeah, while we're here.
Oh, bro,
Sorry.
we just talked about that yesterday.
Literally told you about it, yeah.
Yeah.
We got I've been mourning my grandpa for a few years. It's been kind of a shell situation, so.
This still doesn't make it feel any less.
Still,
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine.
not easy.
Sorry, man.
So you guys go get some food. We got this now.
Okay, you guys.
We got it.
We appreciate you guys' time today.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you. Let's,
Appreciate
we
you.
can finally move forward.
Everybody still wants to smoke a cigarette now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we finally bought a truck.
Have a good day, guys. Be safe. Yep. I think, it looks like it's getting crappy outside. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll see each other again.
I know,
Thank you, I know.
wanna ride in the truck.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Well, we got that done, that feels like, it does feel like we should go smoke a cigarette.
See you later.
I don't either, I might. I might let you know that I may or may not.
Good work, you guys.
I'll see you at home.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for your input, guys.
Got it.
Thank you.
Where are we on the agenda?
All right.
Now you got the whole rest of the departments. Are you gonna do that? Or did we agree to stopping?
The only thing that I changed on township proposal is I added the 550.
Look at outside.
Do we wanna sit in conversations about the fire department?
Yeah, I
don't
think-
have fire department people here. You don't want to see this?
We're still officially in. So,
I'm just saying, maybe we can,
yeah, there's
now
a
we can talk about
You
the
can go
whole
ahead.
assumption
big
that.
thing
We'll
that I
have
don't,
this if we want close sessions, do that.
I don't think you need to close
I
session.
don't think we do.
No,
I'm just saying there was an automatic assumption that Joe becomes fire chief, which.
no.
That wasn't
obviously when
my
we talk about,
No.
you know,
Do we need to, or we should still report, right?
Unless we, unless you do closed and
I
then.
hope John,
well,
I just spoke real briefly
yeah,
with John,
yeah.
just 20 minutes ago.
Remember, we're all here.
He's for it.
For
Thank
himself,
you.
for himself.
You're doing good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
He even told me, well, we'll discuss it.
Did you know Jason said?
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. I think what you proposed is good, and if our current chief doesn't want it, then it goes out to bid.
Sure.
That's how we would bet.
Right, exactly.
If, he- you know, we're gonna offer it, I think. And then, yeah, we need to make a job description.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I am gonna say,
We have one.
yeah, but it's
We're
gonna
gonna
be
make-
altered.
we're gonna make it all.
it's gonna be altered.
We can fit it differently. If it, I mean, we have a chief description, we have a full-time position, but now this is a merge. And it might
Mhm.
allow some things that this position could do that didn't fit with either one before.
That's right.
That was, that we thought would maybe have happened before, but it didn't, so I think this is our time.
Oh, well,
As a board.
I'll do the one that I got, because I think it was
Here's the
what I
deal,
got.
we're pivoting, we don't want what we had.
Yeah.
And this has gotta be a complete redo,
That's right. This has to be,
because what we've been doing hasn't been working.
that's
A
right.
fresh start.
A fresh
is what
start,
we're
that's
looking
it.
for.
That's it.
It's a very, big financial commitment to this community, and I think that they expect and should get the best that this board can bring them. I do wanna say with benefits, I don't think we wanna open the door to a benefit package.
No,
I myself don't have insurance and I just get it on the thing. It's not
I would leave it up to the person to get their own benefits. If that's what you wanna do.
what
Okay.
we could do.
I mean, it's 2 pages worth of.
If you go down the benefit road, obviously it can get very pricey, but what we do at Rhino. Is rather than jumping in the water fully on that, you can do an ICRA, which is individualized. Healthcare plan, so they would go on the marketplace, get their own insurance. And then we can give them a reimbursement, whatever amount we set, so then. They basically go get whatever insurance they want, if they want $1,000 plan, they want a $2,000 plan, doesn't matter, we don't care. We're gonna say, we will reimburse you up to $500 a month, and then that comes out of their check before taxes, so it's beneficial to them from a tax standpoint. And it's inexpensive to us as a township.
Okay.
Now, what I don't know is if an ICRA. Works for a government agency, I'm not sure.
What kind of health savings
Yeah,
account?
we could set up a health savings account
Yeah,
and bonus the money to
Yeah.
them or, yeah, it can be done.
So Ken, are you happy about this development?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be?
And he's happy about the truck, but you didn't bring donuts.
I didn't want,
Bring donuts.
I didn't have time, neither was Hunter sick.
Oh,
My mother is shoveling her snow.
I thought you took a shovel.
Yeah, I was hoping that your mom's doing better and.
My mother's feeling good enough to go shovel snow, but she's not supposed to be shoveling
Yeah,
snow.
yeah.
I have collected 7 shovels from her. And
Keeps
where in the hell
feeling
she got 7 shovels? It's beyond my mind.
Have you found her phone?
Yes, I found her phone.
Well, and I think
It
too,
fell
we should
all,
talk about that
all from
benefit.
chair
Then
into a bag.
what do we have to offer Ruth or, you know, anybody else too? I don't wanna open up.
Yeah,
that
that's
can
the
of worms.
part that gets tricky. As soon as you open the door for one,
No,
everybody else.
no.
You know, cause we're paying holidays, so now we actually had to pay Ruth a couple holidays, which is fine. You know, the
Yes.
benefit thing, we've gotta be careful of.
I fully
And
agree.
The other thing is. The fire department is a lot of work for Kara and I, with bills, payroll, no other clerk in that are doing that. But the payroll, it's just a lot of work, and then to add on another retirement for, you know, health thing, I don't know. We'll talk about it, but
No,
I don't wanna add more to. And we're getting dumped on by the county, so.
I think a lump sum is the way to go. For healthcare.
I think if you pay them a lump sum salary, then if they wanna take something out of that to get their own individual 401k, health insurance, whatever it is, it's up to them. That's,
How much of the package do you think should be devoted to that?
that's up to them.
No, I know, but if you say, if you make the assumption that they're gonna need insurance. And you wanna offer a number, how much of that number do you think is
Well, you don't
reasonable
know,
to
you know.
insurance?
That's,
Well, okay, let me say it
Okay, let me
differently.
tell you this, I pay now, I used to pay 700 a month, I went to 100 and something. They tripled that, so now I'm paying 70, but I have a $21,000 deductible, so, you know, it's.
you have a
it
catastrophic
go-
plan.
Yeah, I have the catastrophic plan. And it depends on who we hire, if John or whoever doesn't want it, we go outside, their wife could have insurance, so then it would be a couple $100 a month
Correct.
stipend or whatever.
Yeah.
So I would think 2,000 a year would cover. That, wouldn't it? You're at a different, like,
6,000.
Jason, you're at a different. Like,
Oh.
money thing than what we are here in Columbia region. I think in Kalamazoo, you own a bigger business that has. You know, you can afford to offer that stuff.
Well, I'm not,
or
it's
you
not,
have to.
it's not an affordability issue, it's a cost issue. I mean, health insurance costs what it costs, and I think. John's 39, let's just use John, assume he takes the position, he's 39 years old. I'm guessing a very basic insurance package for John will be at least $300 a month. I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's cheaper than that. I'm 54 years old and I'm paying $900. So, and I think I have a $10,000 deductible, I don't know, that's 21,000.
I only pay $68 a month.
Yeah.
Hey, you know,
Pays to get
when you
older.
finally get Medicare.
Well, so all I'm saying is if we said it's 60 and that's a package, you have to sort of assume whether it's John or not. If it's not John, it's gonna be someone else. They're gonna wanna devote
So you wanna.
$500 a month would be 6,000 a year, so you're not paying them 60, you're paying them 54. And then they're buying insurance, so their take home's only 54, cause 6,000 is insurance, so I'm just wondering,
No,
like,
no, I
what is that?
understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
But the choice of what their plan consists of is
It's gonna
still
determine the
up
cost.
to them,
for sure.
which is gonna determine the cost.
But Jason thinks it's important to have those numbers kind of separated.
Okay,
Well, that's the
To
advantage
explain
of
it to
ICRA,
the-
is to say, we know what that is regardless of what
Sure.
you choose.
Sure.
We're gonna give you $400 a month or whatever, you can get a $4,000 a month plan if you want.
Yeah.
We're only giving you $400,
yeah,
but it still has the perception, not perception, but you're actually
We're
building that in, helping you.
yeah, okay,
And if they're married to a spouse that has it, then they just get 400 a month.
yeah,
Yeah, because if, and I can say this from our team, most of the people on our staff don't use it because their spouse has better.
sure,
Because you're still, if you're gonna go through an ICRA, you're going on the marketplace and those plans suck.
yeah.
They're expensive and you don't get a lot.
Does the ICRA make it so it's obligated to use those funds for insurance and nothing else?
Yes, because there's like a third party administrator with the ICRA. You just sign up with them. So ours is called Take Command. So our employees interface with Paid Command. All I do as an employer is I say, hey, these are what our reimbursement rates. We give $350 for single, $450 for married, $550 for family. And I think I'm a little bit different because I'm an owner. My insurance is different, but I think they have to then submit a bill or show proof of receipt.
Yeah,
That they have coverage.
But here's the
But
thing,
instead
if
of
they,
adding more work with the ICRA, why don't we just say, we're gonna give this amount, you go get your insurance,
Yeah.
you do.
yeah.
And our
Because-
assumption is that you are paying for your own insurance out of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there are rules with ICRA, like, is Bruce full-time?
No.
Like, you have to establish a class of workers, and if anybody that's full-time, you have to provide them an opportunity to be in the ICRA. You can't just give it to one person.
In the private sector, I understand that. We're not there, so I
Yeah.
think what Mary's saying, or,
Yeah.
and you're saying, $400 a month. If you wanna use it, fine. If not, put it in the bank, and then when you need it, pay for it.
But I think Jason's right, to call it out in the salary package
Yeah.
Yeah,
is,
yeah,
is because then they know you didn't forget it.
right.
That was part of what you're saying, no, this is, you go ahead and get what you want, but this is like the base, this is how much we're giving you toward your insurance.
And if they have a spouse and they're on their spouses, it'll go to help them pay their co-pays or whatever, you
Right,
know,
right,
that's up to
right.
them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think 400 a month is fair, 100 a week.
Just a general thought, like, I don't know where everybody falls on the salary number. I just kind of threw 60 in.
I can tell you what he told me just half hour ago.
Okay,
He said, I don't know what the numbers are, cause I said, what are you making now? Or what would it take? You're interested, what would it take? And he said, I didn't know the numbers, okay, what are they? And I said, somewhere between 50 and 60. He said, 60 would be good.
I told them that yesterday when we had coffee.
Okay.
I said 55 to 60 is the range we're considering.
Yeah.
But
Did he tell you what he's earning?
No,
Oh,
he just said 60 would.
would
would
make the
You don't want to
change.
be that personal.
yeah,
I think,
I'm fine with 60.
I think 60 is a very fair wage for this area.
Yeah, 60 as the whole
60 is
package.
very fair.
I expect a lot of 60.
Now, it's full time, it's still.
No, plus their insurance.
Insurance and everything.
No, you have to add the insurance on it, 60 for the salary and then the insurance, right? Isn't that
64,
isn't that
8.
what we decided?
I
I
thought,
thought
I
what-
thought he
I
was
thought
saying
it was
60
and then you
was
could take out-
including that.
You could-
I just think, I think we have to, this is a big change for us.
Yeah.
And we're assuming the job's probably gonna take it, but in case it doesn't, then we have to send it out there. I know we're a township, we're government, all that kind of stuff. But what we're asking this person to do is pretty important, and I think we have to make sure they feel,
You know.
you know what I mean, like, you gotta attract the right people.
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah,
but if you look at what this fire department does
With how few calls.
on an annual basis. And,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're eliminating the fire chief's $15,000 a year.
Right,
Right.
so this
no,
just
that's
makes
where
it
this
easier.
everyone is coming from.
Yeah, that's where,
yeah.
And I
I mean,
think,
that's,
and I think that the assistant chief and stuff should, I think we should be compatible with our surrounding areas.
sure.
And that's why I have been adamantly against the amount of money that we're paying the past people. I don't like it.
Not the hourly, you're
No,
okay with the hourly.
we're in sync with the state pretty well. No, but now I'm telling you,
I know the chief in Bangor makes 52, but he also does all the
no,
medical
no, no,
fire
no,
and stuff
that's
during the
full,
day.
that's a full-time department.
But let me finish.
Yeah.
He also covers Waverly, he covers Arlington,
Okay.
so he's covering, and they're making money
Yes.
from
yes,
covering the places that.
Yeah,
don't
they're
cover.
not
So
being paid.
He's made up the difference.
Right.
Hey,
Um,
I'll just say this, I know our county, our township is on the lower end of the economic spectrum, I get it. But I'm telling you, 60 grand a year, now is good, but I'm saying we're not like doing this.
Oh,
Like,
right, it's not a
You're
big
not,
override.
you're not getting wealthy off 60 grand a year.
No,
I
I
have
agree.
a master's level son-in-law who makes 61,000 for teaching and has a mountain of debt, so.
Right, right.
9 months of the year, lucky bastard.
Well, and I'm paying a 28-year-old, and I know it's Kalamazoo, but I'm paying a 28-year-old $90,000 a year.
Just wait till it.
I'm just saying.
Okay, but it's different.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
It's different.
No,
And
and
he's
you know,
not fighting fires, he's sitting in a computer doing this all day.
Well, it'd be like one fight per month.
well, if you basically just talked to him and he just said 60.
Yeah.
And that's what you had plugged in your.
Here's the deal, if we end up where we can't afford it, then we just we have to.
And to your point, I've seen other situations, now this is a time ago when I was still working, but. Some of the fire departments, rather cheap, they, advertise stuff. They got somebody that was retired. They come back in. In the fire status, in that business.
Yeah. I view this personally as a fresh start, I think somebody used for a little bit of a reset. I mean, we have a history with the fire department going way back to Dave and before,
Yeah.
before I even know about it. And there's lots of baggage and lots of animosity, and it's like, we're now a little bit of a unicorn because of the fire chief over in Paw is doing it for free. We're saying we're gonna pay our fire chief to do the same job.
Bloomingdale's the same size as us and he's.
I'm sure that's gonna cause a whole bunch of conversations to happen, but it's like, you know what? Here's why we're paying fire chief, because we want them to do these things.
Right.
That we need to get ourselves oriented in the right direction, and I view it as, like, he's gonna spend a bunch of time every day recruiting. He's gonna spend a bunch of time making sure our equipment's good, our fire station's good. We're not gonna have all these weird surprises like, oh my gosh.
Including all the filing they have to do with the state and paperwork.
Right.
and everything. So, no, I get it.
Yeah, he's gotta learn to do all of that, and I gotta believe, right now, Joe's got time doing nothing.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so if you
I'm-
have the chief in there with some of these other responsibilities, he can get it done,
It's
it's just
just-
still.
Since you
The
brought
ideal
up Joe,
situation is to have a full-time fire chief or a fire chief that
since you brought up
does
Joe,
everything, he's got work he's gotta do, he's got people, he's gotta call, he's got coordination, he's
Right,
gotta
right.
do with other departments, he's got so much to keep him busy, plus he's gonna be available to take
And
care
we
of our
also-
daytime problem that we have.
We have to, we gotta give them a year to learn this, I mean, this is a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Learn it in, and I mean, we gotta have some grace here too.
And I think he'll adapt to the salary versus hourly better than our daytime guy did.
I think so too. We're still gonna have to also include the vacation.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Well,
that,
that's fine.
but
And nobody mentions Steven Civic as he seems available for filling in, like if somebody's on vacation.
just took-
I think we need to do some clarification with that, because when we talked about the full-time daytime, when he wasn't there on a holiday, they still had coverage, so, but now they're all of a sudden having somebody paying them 8 hours. That's not how we agreed on that, so we're gonna have to clear up kind of stuff like that.
we're supposed to have an on-call guy available for that.
That's up to the chief.
On call, but not saying they're paying hourly.
No,
Steve's a medic, right? He got the medic, who's the one that never got any, certification as a firefighter or medic that's on there?
It's not Stevens.
no.
Stevens got
Somebody that starts with a Z.
I can't remember.
all I'm
It
saying
always
is that
scared
we can
me.
make sure things are real clarified with this position, because say it's Christmas Day and John, or whoever the chief is off, then the coverage is whoever's available that day. It's not, we're not gonna pay and send
No,
somebody to
no,
sit
it's on
down.
call.
That's costing us
It's
a
on
lot of
call.
money.
On call.
This wouldn't take effect probably until April 1st.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of-
So the two of them would have a little adjustment period to figure this out.
I'm gonna be riding with Joe at least a week. Maybe 2. And it's gonna start for this next Monday.
When are you gonna tell him you just didn't show up?
I'm gonna call, John, and I'm gonna call Joe
Like, fire calls you mean, right?
all day. 8 hours, whatever shift is, I'm riding with it.
Trying to think what else we have going on this week. Oh, you got a Tuesday night meeting, but maybe you don't have.
That's at night.
Yeah,
Working
maybe,
nights.
maybe during the day, Mark,
I'm
you're a
going,
free agent.
that's right.
There we go, that'll be good, we'll have an idea how it's gone,
You're, I'm starting to love you.
I
Oh
know.
my God.
meantime.
Money for the transfer station.
I rode with the deputy,
You did good on that, didn't
You're
you?
gonna fish with me this.
I gotta talk to you about that.
Oh, fishing, you like fishing?
No,
No.
not fishing. Okay.
They brought a trailer in, this morning at, next to Lori.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think it's a chance to, right now, when we got through the fire truck and stuff, to really start
Yeah,
working on
let's,
this, work
yeah,
this
let's-
together, because I think what happens is a lot of assumptions made. Without the real communication on it, so.
Right.
Well, and yeah, there was a very uncomfortable assumption made during that meeting. It's like, oh, no, now it would have been a delicate situation anyway, only made it worse.
What are
Because
you talking about?
Jason knows exactly what I'm talking.
Yeah, I heard it.
Right now, Joe was assuming because Jeremy sued,
Oh, yeah,
and it's like, we're talking chief.
Yeah, well, Jerry kept talking about you don't want to lose your employees, you know.
Right,
they
he
lost
kept
wages
pointing
up
to Joe.
there. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Shays is hiring. So Shays is hiring every day.
Yeah.
So there's no, we can't do the person, we have to do the position and what's best for the.
It's like Allison said.
They can approve.
We selected John as our president.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say.
He's the guy
That
that built
place
it.
was already made.
Yeah,
He's got the right to have a.
I'm just saying, we have to give him some grace, because he hasn't really, I mean, he can barely get on the computer right now, we're trying to work through passwords and everything else, so we gotta get.
well, even with John, I mean, I had a great time with him yesterday. We talked about 2.5 hours. I like him a lot, but I'm just saying, we hired him under much different circumstances.
Right.
Now the game's changed, so in my mind at least, we still need to go, are you the right guy? I
Right.
mean, he might want it, and I think he's the right guy, but it's not wrong for us to ask that, like, just because we hired him before now, this is a different game now. We're playing.
I
That's
asked
why we've
him,
gotta start working on, what do we want this to look like?
yeah, and I asked him
Year trial.
what his level of training was, if he had all this, what do you call it?
Certifications.
Certifications. And he said, I don't have my last medical now. I said, well, when are you gonna do that? He said, I'm gonna take the test next month. I said,
There we go. All
Well,
right,
if he doesn't have to worry about another job, imagine the
yes.
training and the certifications that he can do and.
So, yeah.
What we, over the meetings and over the, we did not.
I know, but isn't that-
I'll have it confirmed there.
then we probably should leave it on, I think we should, do personnel stuff at personnel time, and maybe move on with our budget.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more about personnel, we should.
Let's get through as much as we can.
Yeah.
23 minutes.
What, and then you leave? Oh, I thought we were done. I'll stay later if you want.
Hey, I'm saying, let's just get through some of this.
All right. And that's what Kara's.
I just say, I got a 2026 budget township proposed, I'm gonna put a date on that for today's date. What I got so far is, we're gonna put 550,000 for apparatus and the fire fund. I guess what you're gonna want me to do is go put Jason's stuff in this column for all this at this point in time,
Is everybody?
and I will take care of that offline. Okay?
I think Jason's cadet thing can go back down to 1,000 if we're only buying pizza and t-shirts, I don't think we need. I mean,
Yeah, I fully admit, these were guesstimates of where we could cut. I don't know if these are good numbers or not. I just was trying to see if it would work.
and the other thing is, we're gonna, as a board, we'll be taking on Station 1 as an expense, if we're taking it out of the firefighter thing.
You need to move it over to the sheriff department, and we need to remodel it so that the sheriff has his vehicle in there. Has a decent bathroom and that, and we got funds in the fire fund to do that, and then it includes.
I mean, the police fund,
Needed police fund.
police fund,
The police fund has money in that for actually building to,
We'll get the $6,000 rental.
the $6,000 rental going over to the fire department that we put in.
Working on
They
it.
said- Yeah.
But, and then they'll take all the expenses for repairing it, and the fire department might have to do something with the electrical bill because of our high pressure pump or our high capacity pump to fill the truck is over there. That's why we can't get rid of the building and demolish it.
Yeah,
Well, we can split the bill, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, it won't be much for electric because they normally.
well, the only thing on Jason's, on this thing that I see here, I am opposed to the officer's salary of $6,000. I think 4 is plenty.
Total,
Well, I hear you, Gary, and I kind of thought that was the idea too. But we have a person that is quite knowledgeable that we don't want to get so upset that he leaves.
That's his call.
Well, it is.
well. I thought the stuff you said today was great, I. Somewhere in the back of my mind expect that he won't like this and leave anyways, but. I'm not saying that's what I want, it's not the preferred outcome, I just feel like this, if. Maybe the bigger conversation is just conceptually, what do we, what. What is the importance of the officer's roles to us? You know what I mean, like, are we trying to put somebody next in line to become chief? I just go back to a little bit like. If I'm gonna be assistant chief and I'm expected to do these 3 things as assistant chief, and you're gonna give me $2,000 a year. Which is less than $200 a month, I'd be like, why am I gonna do that? I mean, we know that's the case on the board, right?
That's right.
Or $223 a month check or whatever, I'm not doing it for the money, but.
I think we can leave it now, this isn't our final budget.
I'm not gonna fight you on a couple $1,000, Gary, I just go. If something's so insignificant monetarily, we might as well not have it. But,
Well, we have a
wait,
wage schedule.
Wait a minute, I
Gotta be
didn't see
sized
the
to-
set here where it said assistant chief $4,000. And then lieutenants 2. I don't have a problem with that. I thought.
You thought it was.
I thought it was 6 for, yeah.
I was thinking that that's what it originally was before it went up, wasn't it 4 and 2 and then? it
No,
went
it's
to
2,500.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was ridiculously low before.
So what you have in here, I'm okay with.
Well, you have a assistant chief, you got a,
$4,000.
you got lieutenants and you got captain and you got one other one.
We got one captain.
There's
don't
2
even need-
lieutenants, but right now
don't have
nobody's
that
in that spot.
There's 2
Yeah.
lieutenants, there's no captain.
And that might be a bone to give.
Well,
Right,
let's keep it moving.
Okay,
Well,
Yeah, we're not gonna get to the final.
That's right.
I'm just gonna put those numbers in, we can talk about those later if they come up as a problem. That's probably the best. way to
I'm
do
not
that.
ironclad on any of them, so.
And, I will get that done soon.
So
So
we,
we,
you doubled the cadet thing?
did everyone look at the, operating fund? I know we looked at it last time and nobody had any comments, I did make the corrections. So if you look up there, you told me, that the cell tower transfer, that we're gonna get more money, so I increased that.
He's moving on to general operating.
Yeah,
You had comments.
I did on that tower, because, 650, it's $7,600 a year that we're gonna get out of that.
So you want that to go to, how much?
Well, I thought you had in there what the balance would be for this fiscal year. I thought that's what that 3,250 was.
They started paying us the $650, right?
Yeah,
Are you getting it, Mary?
When did that start?
Couple months ago.
yeah. You should- I looked for it in your numbers, but I didn't know where it went.
So you're right, so it'd be over 7,000.
7,800,
There you
so
go.
I'm gonna move that to 7,800.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm putting it, Gary, I think Becca may have to do oh no, there's a line.
I think,
That's healthy, that's good.
I can't think of anything else that I saw on there that I was. The rest of it looked pretty decent, actually.
Ooh,
Oh,
interest
no,
earned,
no,
so,
wait.
interest earned.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna like this, especially the gal in purple. But I'm not happy with anybody getting any raises for anything.
But we're not there yet, we're just
Okay.
talking revenue, I think,
Oh,
Gary.
okay.
We're done with revenue?
Well, interest earned, Mary, wouldn't that be higher than 36 grand for the year?
Yeah, it'll be at least 50. When we start pulling out of that, we may have to adjust it, but I would change that to at least 50.
We're line, yeah, interest earned,
Line
you
39.
want this to be 50,000?
Yeah. And then when I take my 10% cut, 45.
You want a 45 now?
No, I'm just kidding. No.
Gary, I think you just made more wages than she would have got otherwise.
Mhm.
Okay,
What's
township board
the
trustee
rental income,
salaries?
750? Sorry, what's that rental income? 750?
No.
Ken, just a couple, like, one line up. What is that, 754?
That's people rent this.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, go ahead.
It's pretty much one family that rents it.
Township board, where were we at? We were at, on trustee salaries?
No. Well, we're on everybody's salary as far as I'm concerned.
We're on number 101, the first, line 48, Gary.
Line 48? You want that back to 5294?
I want it back to whatever it currently is.
5294.
And the same with the treasurer and the same with the clerk. Bottom of the.
So you don't.
Anything else on the township side here?
What, some other neighboring townships do?
What I think is, how can you tell people to cut their portions down when you're getting yourself a raise? How can you justify that? Just because you're making, but you've been doing it longer, so it should be easier.
Do you wanna switch seats with me so that you can reach you?
I might have Gary go right along with me. and text it.
Let's put the tables in a square. Make a little octagon, no. Okay.
Well, Gary, I mean, that's the same thing as, I'm looking at it this way, okay, I'm doing a lot more work with the blight and I'm doing a lot more work with the transfer station, so I should make more money.
Yeah, you should.
You
No.
There
should,
should be a stipend for that.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah, you
it
should.
should be a separate
Because you know
job.
what, you're not gonna do it forever, and whoever the next person is isn't gonna do it for 200.
I agree with Mary.
That should be a stipend, it gets added on.
okay, I think if you're not willing to help your community somewhat, you shouldn't even have a job.
Well, we can't get a fire department to work for free, why should everybody else work for free? Then we should say we shouldn't have a fire department, because they're not willing to be volunteers, like, we should have a $4,000 payroll budget for fire department.
Well,
Here,
We-
can I interject something about these raises? They aren't very big. The thing that's.
I don't want a 3% raise, if it's not brought up to what the surrounding area is, 3%, $10 a week is, I'd rather not have anything.
The thing that I noticed is that he raised everybody's but his
Right,
own.
and that's for
why he did
political
that.
reasons. Yeah, I don't want a 3% raise, I'm just saying, if we're gonna change these positions to what they should be with surrounding areas, then that's what it should be changed to, if we're not gonna do it, then we're not doing it, but I don't want 3%, I don't want $10 a week.
well, based on that, what are the other, let me see. You're the treasurer, so you have to have,
Frank's about 24,000.
you have to have a deputy.
Mhm.
What does their deputy make?
I don't know, I don't know.
Cause our deputy makes quite a bit. And so does the,
When
Well,
there's hours.
yes, well, okay.
Yeah.
The clerk's deputy, I don't know who she is, or I've never seen her, so I can't tell you. But,
I'm just, that's fine, I mean, I don't need the money, Gary, I'm just saying, people feel unappreciated, and they feel like, I mean, I go to these conferences and it's. People are, I mean, they look at our wages, and go, are you kidding me? It costs us money to do it, I agree with what you're saying, but if that's the mentality, then we don't have a fire department. We don't need a secretary, because other townships don't have a secretary, we don't need a transfer station. I mean, eventually we have to at least be somewhat,
Well, if you wanna get right down to brass tacks, all we really need is collect taxes.
Yep.
Do elections and assessments.
yeah, so all
That's
the
it.
wages can just be. split
Everything
between
else
those
is-
people.
Everything else is frosting on the cake.
Mary? How many hours a week on average do you put in?
It depends on the, I kind of
I,
don't
I
know right now.
know, I know.
There's
Like,
sometimes I don't.
it's heavy seasons of tax collection, elections, I totally get
There's
that,
about
but
a month, would you say a month between winter and summer and a month between summer and winter, but if we could collect taxes once a year, that'd be a lot
Oh,
easier.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we're bringing in a whole new system, so I'm gonna be gone at training a lot this summer.
See, maybe there's another way, instead of it being on the salary line, there's a stipend or something. For additional training or something. Those are the other things.
Okay, what do we change? No raises for Mary?
No raises for Mary.
are we, I'm not settled on that yet.
You wanna give Mary a raise?
Well, I think, here's the issue. When people are here for a long time, they learn a lot, they go to training, they should be paid more. I think what our problem is we always think about that, and then, and I feel the same way. You get somebody brand new in on next election, they don't know anything, they're not doing really the job. You know, I mean, is there something, the more experience you have, or like levels, or
What do you get now, Mary?
19?
And you said,
No, you get 19,228. You're gonna go to
No, I don't.
19.
Here it gets
805.
19. No, I don't. Here it gets 19,228.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've always thought
Geez,
is odd. How
That's
come
what her salary is right now.
where's the
Just
future?
let her go.
Nobody wants this, nobody wants that, Ken. I don't want a 3% raise.
Huh?
I don't want a cup of coffee a week. I'm not doing that. I'll just stay where I'm at.
She'd rather not have
I'd rather not have anything.
a
unless
little
we're
cost
doing-
of living thing.
She doesn't want what?
She doesn't want this little 3% raise.
What do you want,
Because-
5%?
No, I think that, I don't want 5%.
Now, why did you tell me to put this in there?
I did not tell you to put that.
Yes,
in
you
there.
did.
No, I didn't. I said that the salaries need to be looked into with what's in the surrounding area and the jobs.
No, you told me you wanted a raise. You told me to put that in there.
And Pine Grove is 24.
Pine Grove's 24, what's Bloomingdale? They're about, you know, it's all up
Listen,
there.
here, I'm
You-
not
you
trying,
want- You want $8,012, right?
Go ahead, Jason.
I'm not trying to spend money where we don't need to, but I definitely, I'm in the camp of one. You have to attract good people. If we constantly keep suppressing what the value is, and now we can talk about what the value is. That's why I kind of asked Mary, like, how many hours are you putting into this? If it takes a clerk on average 15 hours a week to do the job, I don't know what that number is. And we're only paying them 19, and that equates to like $8 an hour. I mean, think about what you're getting paid an hour, and I know we're not doing it for money, I'm not saying that. But I do think to the degree that you try to fairly compensate someone for their time when they're doing a time-consuming job, you set yourself up for better people. And I'm not, I don't know.
The Bloomingdale salary is 19,550 for treasurer. Is that,
No, they're up in the 20s, Matt said when he was here.
oh, they sent me the 25-26 budget, so.
Here's
they're current.
here's the thing, I don't,
What's the supervisors get?
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
here's less.
we have to go to extra, I have to go to training.
I know.
Yeah, why
I have to learn BSNA, like we have to bring a voting system in, which is another 2 weeks worth of training.
Well, that's your thing.
See, and that's
I
what,
don't need the money.
I know the number of hours I was putting in, I felt like.
And I
the
don't, but I
secretary
also, it's
definitely
costing me money, Jason, you know, to
per
separate out.
hour. And I, every
Um,
once in a while, I resented it.
the county has, and
Some
all
of the time
positions
it's
just
like,
keep
oh,
dumping
my
work down. We don't even have people that understand BSNA. I really fear the time when we leave. And
We don't need to talk about salaries and that, but we got a salary resolution that, we should
Well,
handle
no, I'd
that.
rather just talk it out.
I'm gonna put you back to where you were, and then we will continue on with this to get it done.
No, I wanna know, I mean, if that's how people feel, then that's what we're gonna do. But how long is Kara gonna do it for 19,000? I don't know.
I don't wanna
What's
lose
your
somebody
replacement gonna
over,
be?
that
Over
was here and
$4,000.
trained over, whatever.
But Ken, you were the one who put it in the newspaper about all these outrageous salary increases. So you can't have it
But
both
then
ways.
we turn around and we do an assessor, a CPI of 3% this year, and that's what I put down, 3%.
So Ken, are you gonna put something in the newspaper again and say, I'm sorry about everything I wrote?
See, that's the.
But I had more issues than that. I had more issues with, what the township was doing. So every little thing I jumped on, and I'm sorry for some of the things I did.
Well, and there's people now paying the price for that.
That's exactly right.
They're in these positions now, and it is a very difficult politically to give anybody a raise when they deserve it. We've had people work here that don't deserve 19. We had, I don't need to name names, but when you have quality, you either put it in the salary or you figure out some merit thing to do on a level she mentioned or something. So that the next time you get somebody that doesn't do any work, you don't have to do that.
They don't get the
Because
merit.
we've,
Well, I don't wanna open up a can of worms, but we keep saying salary,
It's
it's like a. Are we allowed as a municipality? Are we exempt from the minimum salary rules? Cause when you pay somebody a salary, I believe. The federal government sets a minimum salary that you can pay people, because a salary does not say how many hours you work.
Right.
It says you do the job.
right,
So it could be 60 hours a week. So therefore, I believe the minimum salary right now is like $36,000 a year. Cause you can't take advantage of somebody and go, hey, I'm gonna pay you a salary of 15,000, but I expect you to work 80 hours a week. Cause then you're under the
And
minimum
it's less
wage
labor.
hours,
The
you know what I'm
minimum,
saying?
the minimum hourly wage for government employees now is $7.91.
Okay, well, maybe those salaries are based on that, I don't know. That's why I kinda asked like,
13.50.
how many hours do we do work, cause even comparing to Bloomingdale or whoever's surrounding, if they're paying their.
Well, I'll tell you that,
24,000,
you couldn't pay someone by the hour, and I'll tell you why. It could take you 60 hours to enter this many, or if you don't have any problems, you could do 3 weeks worth of work. It depends on how good and efficient
And
that
the
you are.
caseload.
It's a skill.
And the caseload.
What about allowing the clerk or the treasurer to turn in a timesheet for over a certain amount, like if it's excessive? I don't know, I'm looking for ways to do something.
The wages
You
of
would never wanna pay
the
my hourly
township board members.
Right.
Actually, originally set by the, residents during their annual hearing.
Mhm.
When you got rid of the annual hearing, then it went to the township board members to set the wages. But it can be appealed by the residents by a, referendum.
Right,
But I think when basically you do salaries here, I think they have at one time looked at other neighboring things and try to be in line with somebody that's close to our township,
Sorry.
population.
but salaries are tricky because it doesn't give you the full picture, it's like when
That's
someone
right.
says. Hey, our economy increased 5%, it's like, well, 5% of what? You don't know what that number is, cause if you said 15 hours a week, I don't know how many hours a week you put in. 15 hours a week times 52 weeks a year is 780 hours a year. And a $19,000 salary, 780 hours a year is $24.36 an hour. So I mean, that gives you a better comparison, I think, of like, what are we paying our clerk and treasurer? We're paying them $24,000 or $24 an hour. If they're putting in 15 hours a week, but if you're putting in 40 hours a week, then we're paying you $6 an hour. I don't know how much time you're putting in. That's where salary is so tricky.
That's right.
and with
Like-
both of those positions, their workload is not even all the time.
I
So
understand.
even they don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, then they hit election and then it's all hell breaks up. for
Do
them.
any townships pay these positions hourly?
Not that I know of.
No, their salary.
Why?
There's a
Cause they're elected
part
positions.
to it.
They're
Well,
elected.
Oh, it has to be salary.
See, I.
we have to do a salary resolution for each person too. You can't do them as a group, because if you do them by a group, then, you know, somebody's gonna approve this person even though they don't want that person to get the salary or something.
See, I think you're, and I
We must be
understand,
exempt, we must be
you're in
exempt,
this private sector.
Right.
So it's different.
must be.
And it's just like when Jeremy and JC did their analysis and their review of what the chief's salary is typically is, they used nationwide. Come up with $93,000. That's nationwide.
Yeah,
We're not California, we're not Massachusetts, we're not, you know, it's.
Well, we're supposed to be reasonable.
Well, and I'm just gonna tell you, Karen's done this job too. BSNA is hard as hell. It is
Yeah.
not an easy program to
Yeah.
do, right? I would say it's not.
Right.
Thank God we have Becca. If we lose Becca, we're more than screwed. Cause she's fixing all of our stuff, cause BSNA is fund accounting, double entry.
Right.
She knows how to do it. Now we have to pay for more BSNA. And I've gotta learn how to do all the online stuff. Now, the other thing is,
Can we pay you something extra for training? Is that a way to do this that's not objectionable politically, but showing, you know, some appreciation?
I don't know how politically it would be if, you know. I'm not gonna be here forever. I'm just saying, I don't know what you're gonna get in here and who's gonna,
And that, you know, that's part of the issue too, is when people run for election. They don't have to know any skills to get
They
elected,
don't
so,
know what they're getting into.
That's
well,
right.
yeah.
but people, I mean, look at our meetings alone, the time that we spend in meetings. I would rather,
Like
hey,
this
if you guys wanna pay me by the hour, I'll do it right now. Let's switch it next payroll. Kara would too, because I mean, she's gone. She has
Sure,
to come in and hook up this meeting.
exactly.
You know, there's a lot of work to this.
For the clerk, did we approve something so that on elections, she gets something?
Yeah, I think it's
additional?
$1,000, yeah.
Is
Or
there
15.
something that can be done for each tax collection season or something? I almost think we used to have it set up kind of like that. There used to be a separate summer amount. And then it got
Wanted to get that
weird.
1% since they were collecting.
I think that should happen.
Well, then it's not in the budget, but
$86,000.
There you go, that's fine, let's just do that, forget it. I'll do that. I'll split.
so how do you show appreciation without having it locked into something that, because we don't know who the next person will be, and if they will have any skills, or if they're gonna have to otherwise farm your stuff out to
Okay.
either backup or a CPA or something, which costs
Well, if
more,
I'm not here by this time here, I mean, this is,
right?
she's not gonna do it, she bitches the whole time, every time we have to do
Right.
something. Yeah. Or I can.
we
farm
have
it
a
out.
culture problem in the treasury department.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. She's tired of cleaning up our messes, that's what she says.
Yeah,
And
that's.
I said, Jeff,
He's gonna give me access to the budget so I can put in the numbers I'm supposed to be putting in.
I don't think so.
That's all you gotta do, there's just.
Yeah.
but yeah, that's probably a good idea, Karen. I mean, I'm gonna be gone in April for a week. That's a week I'm not working. But that's how I learned how to invest money last time, so that
Yep,
gained us 50 grand,
yep.
you know?
So what about that, giving something additional for training
For
time
tax
or,
reason.
or season or something? And for one thing, it's less noticeable.
Well, you could put a line item in there for like a stipend or a.
Well, and I think it's hard for Kara
Or
too,
a
because when you look
bonus.
back at it, Chrissy was bringing home, I don't know how she did it, but she was bringing home almost 25 grand out of here.
Well,
She got paid for
and
payroll.
she shouldn't have,
That's right.
because
That's right.
she was earning a lot for
Oh,
FOIA
yeah, she,
and,
FOIA,
and she got payroll.
Yeah, she got a portion of that from the fire department, and yeah, so she was.
So we did pay it. But, and then we didn't.
I know you don't want this, Gary, but I do agree with Mary, organizationally, you have to think about, well, what happens when Gary's not here? Cause you go do blight, and I perceive that you spend a lot of time doing blight, a decent amount of
He
time.
spends a lot of
If
time.
you didn't do that and we had to hire somebody to do it, it would be a cost we'd have, right?
Here's a problem. And you're never gonna fix the problem, never. I don't care how old you are,
Yeah, you're,
No, no,
it's
no.
gotta be done. You're doing it.
but hear me out. It'll never happen, just like when Kate was saying. Or like when you go to your supervisor meeting, or they go to the chief meeting. You can get all that information. And you can do what you can't control what other people do.
Yeah.
That's the issue. If you
With
could,
blight, you mean?
yeah, oh yeah, cause
Okay.
they're supposed to be doing
Flats.
flats.
Yeah, and I'm
I
not saying
give
that, I
them-
understand the process is difficult, I'm just simply saying. How do we make sure that somebody is willing to do the job to go try to pursue it? You do it voluntarily right now, which is great. But if you didn't, and I think we haven't even cracked this nut,
The
but
next trustee doesn't wanna do it. We need a line item for someone to do it.
You have one.
Deputy sheriff.
Deputy sheriff does that. It's in his contract. Dan Abbott says, yeah, he has time to, I look at his time sheets. He said he's got
Okay.
plenty of time.
then that's something we should fix,
And
I
the
guess.
other thing is time management. When I would do patrolling, and we pay a lot in gas for him to just patrol. Part of your patrolling is you go by your problem places and you stop in and see, or you drive, you don't even have to drive by sometimes to say, okay, I see some improvement. It's working.
Why is he not doing that?
Good question.
Why did the one before not do it, and the one before?
Good
I
question.
just can't figure it out.
Well,
It's like what JC is always saying about the new generation, that
yeah,
they just don't have the work
there's no
ethic.
work ethic.
Well, I'm not quite, both in the almost workaholic age bracket, where how many hours do I spend for free for this community? And then I go up to Allegan Bible Church and do some more, all for free. Why do we do this?
But you guys expect this generation, younger generations to do it,
And
and
they don't do it.
So,
When I was on the road, I'd go in a half hour before my time started to check the law. Just to see what was going on, because if there was a DOL on a vehicle or this happened or that happened. I wanna make sure I have that information, so in case I run onto it, I know what the hell I'm doing. And I used to spend a half hour afterwards.
but when you're gone, and you're in Hawaii and not doing this, and they're gone.
Yep.
This township has to cover what you're doing, so what we're saying is, even if you don't wanna take it, we need to start thinking ahead. On who's gonna oversee the police department.
You
Yeah,
want, you want.
it doesn't
you
have
want-
to be a trustee.
You want a current, you want this season's example? JC at the last meeting, last year. Said, you need help putting up the Christmas decorations. Last summer, I said, I'm not doing it anymore. Did you see decorations up? And he asked, do you need help? No, I'm not doing it, but that doesn't mean you can't do it.
He
I
thought
heard
he
they went
was,
to do it and they couldn't get in the shed because the ice storm that they had rolled everything out.
oh, you
That's a
think they
good
did
excuse.
try?
That's what I heard.
That's a good excuse. They told me the same thing about the tumblers on the transfer station. I just took some silicone.
Cell phone does it?
Yeah, does a really good job. Frees up
So
lots.
old versus young.
So, you know,
It's great,
I-
and I appreciate that, but things are changing.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah, well, we're not getting the budget
Yeah,
done.
yeah, let's.
My brother's now waiting
So
on me.
put it the same as for the clerk as well.
Well, I
What?
don't know if we could do that, because
She's
you're
not
the
here?
person, and maybe everybody doesn't agree with that.
No, that's my opinion. Yeah, I
Yeah.
misspoke. I'm
Do
sorry.
you think we should adjust our salaries? Do they need a job?
Personally, I don't think I need to. Because I'm not doing this for wages.
Okay, take that
And
away.
here,
You guys.
here,
can
if
do
somebody,
what you
if somebody come in to do the supervisor position, I would not expect him to do this for the amount of money, but, you know, he's gonna have to be involved with a lot of things like roads and all these phone calls and people complaining, and somebody's gotta really like people bitching you out.
So if we are with other townships and you don't feel like you should take that money because you're volunteering, you could donate that back.
Right,
Yeah, but when I donate it back, you guys put it to something that, into the savings and it never gets put onto something that does good, like, you know. When I go out and mow out back out there, it's always nice to have a little money to pay for the gas. Or not go pick up tires.
Well, what I'm saying is, you get to make decisions because you're making decisions because that's how you feel.
But I
You have
just feel that
volunteer
I'm
mentality.
trying to give the money back, I wanna make sure everybody gets a bonus every.
And that's very nice.
I did donate some money for a charity for it.
You did,
Here's what I'm saying. You two are wonderful. You're a different generation. We have to make decisions based on what's coming up, because we're not gonna be here.
then we don't have to make those decisions. The people that come in make those decisions.
So they look really bad because they come in and there's like, no way I can do this.
Well, then they vote themselves a raise.
Well, then if you guys be ready to replace Karen and I, honestly,
Well,
how long are we gonna be able to do this?
I-
Somebody else. I'm
And
sure
then the
wants to do
question
it.
is how much you think you need to have in our budget.
I mean, if you think we're doing a bad job, then don't.
No, I think you guys are doing a great job.
But what I'm saying is. Just be ready, because when we're done, right?
Well,
right, right, I agree with that.
you, but you-
That's it then.
you need, but you need to tell us. You're
I'll
not,
tell you right at a meeting.
what, you're gonna quit?
Sure, just say, well, I feel underappreciated.
Hold on, we
Yeah,
we have to keep this in mind.
that's right.
We have to make this conversation
Not
be
personal.
agnostic of Mary's face or Kara's face or anybody's face.
Yes,
We have to just say, wait a second. Is it reasonable to expect somebody to do whatever it takes to do our treasurer job for $19,000 and $2 a month a year? Is that a reasonable number?
but here's the thing. My opinion is different than yours.
Correct.
Her opinion is different than both of ours, maybe.
How far apart are we though?
Well, I don't know.
I mean-
I think the person that's doing the job ought to give their opinion and why.
Okay, I think she already did. She just said, Pine Grove is 24,000. So I don't know if that's your proposal, but do we have automatic inflation adjustments built into our salaries?
No,
No,
I mean, why are we not doing that?
the
Like that's-
consumer, product index is supposed to be what you use for that, and that's 3 point something this year.
and that would have solved a whole lot of.
I just think we're a little bit
If that was
archaic
going
in
on
how
all
we think
the time.
about a lot of things budget wise, because we're working with such a limited dollar amount, but there's no I mean, if inflation's going up. Or if the CPI is going up 3% every year and we've never made those adjustments. And I'm not doing it for the money either, Gary, I'm just saying. Somebody's gonna come in here and go, when's the last time you adjusted this is 1996.
Here's I think I'm gonna say it. Mary is valuable,
100%.
and that position is very valuable. And Cara is valuable, and her position is very valuable.
exactly,
And the only ones that can tell me how that value is them.
right.
I can only tell you what my value is. And I really don't have much of a value.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, so Mary, if you think you need a raise, you need to tell us what it is. Don't be around the.
I just said I think that those positions should be brought up to 24,000.
Then does the deputy go down?
Yeah,
Because
that's-
that's.
How much,
part of
what's
this.
the year to date on that? What's
The proposed 25-26 budget, this is Pine Grove,
Oh, no, what's our,
this is 4,500.
where's our budget? What's
So
our,
so she's only half of what we budgeted so far? Well, that's as of 10/18.
Yeah, that's.
33,
I gave you another
75.
sheet that had the rates, but,
Yeah, Pine Grove has
Deputies?
24/7 plus 4,500 for deputy. See what we do.
Or you know
They
what?
do it the other way, I think. They've got
Yeah, it's
treasurer,
about half, Jason. She's cleaning up our mess again, but.
Do you think she'll hit the budget? Will she hit 7,500?
Budget.
if you don't think she'll hit the budget, what would you guess she would be at? Especially, are you thinking next year will not be as bad? Because she's cleaning up messes now?
Well, she does the journal entries. She's helping with payroll right now. I don't think so. I mean, if something comes up, I don't know what this new BSNA software is gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, we can pay somebody 10 grand. to
We
come
have
in
a
and
certified
fix that.
accountant as our deputy, and I'm not sure how many other townships have that.
Right,
But, she's worth her weight in gold. to the
Right.
Community, and I don't know how you put a value on her. Because
right.
she knows her stuff, and then so. And, BSNA, I mean, she's walking through that like, little learning curve, and she's got to put my numbers in the budget. So I can print those
I don't
out.
think we've given her anything, but
I have, I sent her a couple times.
So could you put treasurer up and deputy down a little? And overall, it's no change.
She's on an hourly rate, right?
she
So it
just,
doesn't really matter whether it's up or down, she's always gonna spend what she spends, right?
Right,
And she's trying to fix old stuff, and she's
and
fixing.
that way, if you look at your total for the department, if you can make that come out about the same, then who cares?
I think we could do that with both deputy positions. For the clerk and the,
Yeah,
I think that's.
and then you
that's
guys, the permanent ones, get a bump up,
good. Mhm.
and then you still have help, but.
But they're not doing that. Like right now, Becca does
deputy
like all
clerk
the
is not.
IRS,
Well, that's the other thing.
and I did put the hours
It's like
under the $1,000 that we have. For
Well-
payroll, journal entries.
I mean, maybe it
You put
doesn't
that
have
where?
to be a fucking
Where
exact
we had
wash. I mean, every year you have to
Except
respect
for the
that your
IRS.
operating costs are gonna go up. You know what I mean? Like, we can't always make
Yeah, I don't.
net zero
And
changes.
you're
But
always
yeah.
gonna get an increase in your property taxes to cover any increase in costs, because they go up every year. So you're,
Because I wonder, I know we haven't walked through all these lines again yet, but
Nobody in the.
we're talking
communities
about
that-
$5,000, but I feel like there's a ton of line items where we put in $5,000 placeholders that we don't always spend.
well, yeah,
So
right.
it's not like
Look
we're-
at cleaning right here, we had $3,500 for cleaning, and basically,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should.
we gonna make that, we make
Yeah.
700, it'd be fine.
And then
Well, we originally budgeted 20 grand
Well,
for
20 grand, they came in there and, waxed all the floors and all this other
township
shit.
hall maintenance, and we've only spent $40 so far.
Yeah.
If you don't spend everything.
Yeah, man, maintenance, we would be spending, money out there on that road, or out of the parking lot to reseal it. And I think that's what I planned for this year, resealing the parking lot. So I don't see raising theirs is not gonna,
So you could shave that down.
Gary,
A little bit if you.
Where you at?
not gonna do anything that's really good.
take it out of the deputy and
This
put
is,
it,
this is my thought process. I don't have a problem personally with a cost of living, and I don't have that problem. My problem is if you show an increase in, I'm just gonna say wages. There's gonna be hell to pay from the taxpayers.
See, here's what I
Well,
was saying,
this
you
is-
might be right, here's what,
Oh,
somebody came in and went, hey, you gave yourself I'm not advocating for a raise, but if they said, wait a second, you took it from 19 to 24, it'd be like. Have you not made any more money than you did for the last 6 years? I mean, when's the last time we raised it from 19? How long has it been at 19?
Oh, no,
Since Christie was here.
I hear you. I
That
hear
was a
you,
raise
Jason,
to
but
get
the
up to
last
that.
time that was done, the raises, holy.
The time.
Yeah, I think people would really scream and holler. I think you'd be better off if you added another line item and said, once his tax, collection or something like
If-
that.
if
Like
there's-
per season
If
or
there's some
what?
way you could do some
Addition.
creative financing in the department and have it come out pretty much the same, I'm for it.
That's just a shell game though, I mean, that's,
I know it is, I know it is.
But the hypersensitivity you created, I mean, you know you did, you took a
I'm
big
good at it.
headlight and shined it on everybody and made it.
Guarantee you, I can cause stress,
Yes, you can.
so I can.
it's your superpower.
That is my superpower, causing stress.
So let's resolve this either by lowering deputy and raising the base on treasurer or clerk,
Well, let's be honest.
or a separate line item.
Yeah, that,
for
I think that
season.
would work. I would be happy, honestly, whoever has a problem, to personally bring them in and walk them through BSNA. When those wages were set, they were using Excel spreadsheets. They don't have a clue what it is now. It's a completely different position. If we were, what's the other way that you can do it and hire the clerk and you're not gonna put a clerk or a treasurer to work for $19,000 a year. I just saw a job bid for 70 in a village,
Hmm.
on the other side of the state. So what I'm saying is, these aren't way off. If we were, what's that called, Karen? The different kind of a township. Charter. If we were a charter, we would hire a clerk and we would hire a treasurer, right?
Or you could, no, you would
No,
still have the
no.
elected officials, you'd
You'd
still
have-
have that title,
Yeah,
but you would probably have like a full-time office manager
administrator,
doing a bunch of the day-to-day work. You
Yeah.
guys would be doing mostly the meetings and the decisions, but more than the hands-on.
and the
In
reason.
in a charter, is that correct?
Yes, and the reason that would be is because they then have a handle on everything, and when new people come in, you don't have to, they don't have to do anything. They just give it to
Okay,
the
let's
administrator.
just make another line item, I think it's. I don't think it's tantamount to dishonesty, but it's just kind of like. If anybody's smart, they're gonna look at it and go, wait a second, that person's making both of those lines, so it's the same thing.
So why don't we just move it from the deputy, because that's the work. The deputy wouldn't be doing it, the clerk or the treasurer would be doing more, why don't we just move it that way? And then if the next one comes in and they think the deputy needs more, then we can move it back.
If your understanding of what you need to do and what Becca needs to do fits that bill, I'm fine with that. So you're saying move that up to 24 and move deputy down to 3,700
Yeah, whatever.
or whatever the difference is?
Don't you think, Karen?
Then overall, it hasn't changed, that department hasn't
That's
changed.
what I'm thinking is if anybody does come in and complain and you show them, hey, my department is the same.
Right,
I don't even think they would care.
I don't either. I think, I think that's the way I would like to do it, if it's okay with you guys.
I don't have an issue with that at all.
Because then it's not costing any more taxpayers money.
That's right.
Just moving it from one spot. to
That's
the
right.
other.
So what do we do?
We're making the clerk and the treasurer 24,000.
So
And the
you're doing them
deputies,
the exact same amount.
You're
Yeah,
making
because
the,
clerk is also getting,
We're dropping the deputy down to account for the increase in the.
it's $5,000 you'd be deducting off the, there, so you're gonna say the treasurer's deputy salary is 2,000? 24, you're right here. If I put this in here, there's gonna be a difference of $5,000, so this would come down to 2,000,
720.
whatever, yeah.
But technically, the deputy's not a salary, right? 'Cause we pay her.
That's hourly,
Yeah.
so you would take away the word salary maybe.
And what do we pay her an hour, Mary?
25.
So that would buy her 100 hours of work next year. Does that seem right?
Yeah,
$2,700 by
and he
the,
does it, I can't remember what we called that other one, Karen. It was $1,000 we left in there, just general.
It'd be,
Something.
Oh, yeah,
Remember, that's.
yeah, up in another
Yeah,
category. And she really is doing a fair amount that's in the clerks.
and that's where. I shouldn't have to do that in those.
Right, right.
And the clerk still has an extra 1,000 for elections, so I think the difference would make the difference.
Well, you'll still get the election stuff, you
Yeah.
should get it.
No, the
I'm
clerk
saying the
gets-
clerk does,
Oh.
Yeah, factor that in.
you know, so the clerk is still making more, which is fine, because the elections are a lot of purpose.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing that's nice about that is they only get the extra when it actually
When we
happens.
have an election.
And if somebody throws in an election that we didn't expect, they're not having to do all that extra work for no.
Are we putting another line item in here?
No, we were just moving them,
Just like that?
Yeah.
And then I'm doing that for
do it for the,
both.
yeah, for the clerk also.
Now, did you talk to Kara about this? Did she bless this, or you think this is a number she'd be?
You'll be a happy camper.
She'll be happy, I have talked to her.
Now, let's talk about the trustee's salary.
And she has not been utilizing her deputy.
No,
I take half of that check, take $100 every pay period, and I put it in a different line item.
You do?
And I've got a little over $5,000 sitting there.
that's Karen and I's vacation money, don't be spending.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he does have that on a piece of paper,
Put it
but
back in
that's
the
all
box,
it is.
Ah. There you go. Oh, no, we'll carry you back and go to the car shows.
So then your FICA doesn't change either.
It shouldn't,
What's that?
FICA shouldn't change either.
Well, that should have changed. What happened?
You didn't plug it in yet.
I did something wrong here. 114K.
And I know Gary
Just do a
argued
copy
against
paste
it,
of that
but I
formula.
think the trustees.
I
Yeah.
do for transfer.
No, I don't want.
I know, you
Have to-
don't wanna
On
take it.
it.
I have to take
So
this.
admirable, but we've gotta think ahead.
Where's my minus?
The next person comes in.
That's
can-
equal, that's what I did wrong, hit that equal sign instead of
It
minus.
Real
makes, it makes them look bad,
Minus-
that's the thing.
This
What?
minus
That's why Beverly made Ken
that
roll
equals
his
that. And I
salary
need to
up,
take
because
this.
she didn't want the next person to come in and have it look like they're just asking for a raise for themselves.
this. And that's, oh, I got it right now.
Look at that.
Came out right with that equation.
2525, 2530.
So I can't speak for other people, but I would think they would hone in a little bit more on the overall department than each line. To compare it from last year or whatever.
If they wanna get pissed about something, they'll get pissed about it.
And they're all here right now, getting their input.
Right. No, they gossip behind the scenes, that's what happens.
Okay, we done with that supervisor, we okay with?
So are we gonna say the same thing about the supervisor?
I don't think you have to worry about that. When somebody comes in, he's gonna be crying for more wages, so let him cry.
But it's the same principle
Wait,
you were just
okay.
saying.
Where does the 12732 come from originally? Has it always been that?
It was since COVID.
It's been there since 20,
20.
before 2020, 2019, probably 2018.
Okay.
Well, again, that's another, all of these positions are not what they started out to be. There's tons of meetings, even our meetings alone are worth more than what you guys are.
I assume you,
No.
I mean, I know you put in a lot of time. I assume you put in as much or more time as Mary does. Don't you?
I don't know how much time she puts in, I put in a lot. I'm always reading stuff,
Well,
And you're always writing books to people.
I'm writing books, I'm writing emails, I'm finding stuff that I find very interesting, I'm reading all court cases,
so maybe a lot of. the work
I'll tell you what, I do talk, way too much with residents, I mean, I get calls from residents all the time. And they're normally complaining. They don't cuss at me anymore, though.
I just don't
Oh,
think
that's not that.
that any of the salaries we're talking about right now are ridiculous. And if somebody wants to come in and scream at me, I'll be like, okay, you come in and take on battery storage and short-term rentals and fire department for $200 a month. And sit up there and take bullets from the crowd for 200, go ahead. If you got an issue with it. have at it. I'll go do other
Let's
stuff.
be honest,
I'll enjoy my life.
how, exactly.
Bloomingdale's salary gets 18,400.
For supervisor,
Yeah,
For who?
The supervisor,
Bloomingdale.
Oh,
Does the supervisor have a deputy too?
no, he doesn't.
Right.
Oh, but Pine Grove, oh, that's trustee, sorry.
What do Pine Grove's trustees do?
40,000.
10,000. That's probably 5 each.
oh, that's the whole. getting
You know, here's the other thing, this has changed too, like Gary and Jason, when you guys come in here, you're doing work all month long. This is different than what it was when I first started coming to township meetings. You know, they would show up, hour later, they quit voting off, they went. I mean, this is a different beast.
yeah, I remember a couple of trustees who would show up for a meeting, not even know what was on the agenda and vote for everything and leave.
So I'm saying, there's a lot more work that goes into this.
Well, and part of what you're saying, that's the trouble on something like this, is when you have good people, you want to be able to pay them more. But once that is set, if you get bad people, you are stuck with that. So that's the problem.
Well, look how many people ran against us all in the last election.
Yeah, nobody really wants these jobs.
Right.
Nobody wants you to.
That's because they're smarter than we are.
We're committed,
Oh,
or we should be committed.
I think that's probably
So what do you think? As long as we're raising people,
I think we should, and I'm gonna tell you why, and I'll say it to the public too. We, as a collective group, have taken our budget or our money from 400 to 700.
Well,
And we didn't do that
If
because we're
if you
pissing
think the
money away.
supervisor needs more money, you could put it in there. I'm still gonna give you the letter to tell you that, don't.
Okay, whatever.
What I'm getting, but if you think down the road, somebody's going to,
I wanna say this, so we
Yeah.
have as a collective group. Skimmed, done everything, done all stuff ourselves that we could have hired out to bring our general fund up to 700 and something, okay? That hasn't been done before. They were pissing money away like it was water, and you know it. We all looked at it and we got rid of all that. And I think if you've got a collective group that's willing to work, none of us are living on this. But it would be nice to bring it up a little bit for everybody, I think. The other thing is, we're making money. With interest, right? And we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, what's best for this community. And it would be nice to make it at least somewhat attractive, or maybe somebody young with energy might wanna do it someday. We're doing it for the fire department, but we don't seem to see it within our own group.
if they're young and energetic, they're not in this area.
You know, minimum wage here, just only, we just had to move minimum wage. to
the new
13.
age doesn't
It's 15
work. I
this
can
year.
tell that with operators, new operators that we got in, they, you know. You got the old guys taking all the overtime and wanting to work overtime, and you got a new guy that. The only way you're gonna make you work overtime is if everyone turns it down and he's low man on the total pole, and then he'll call in sick the night that he's supposed to be there. On overtime, and then you're one short, then you can't let the guy go, and he's gotta stay over, and then you try to get someone to come in for 4 hours, but they won't answer their phone. So that poor little guy had to stay 12, 16 hours.
We were told, we were.
You don't
This is
have.
the
a phone
generation
that keeps
that never
nowadays.
I know something else you guys could do, which easy for me to say. What about this drop in the pension plan? Go ahead and give yourselves raises.
Oh, yeah.
Quit doing the pension plan. Isn't that a pain in the neck?
It is a pain in the neck.
And it doesn't really add up that much.
It's chump change, for Christ's sake.
I mean, especially if you give yourself an increase that's more than 5%, which I believe is what we just did. Wouldn't you still be money ahead to drop the pension thing and get rid of one task that?
The pension is always a mess. Becca and Kara are working on it constantly. It's
Yeah, it's-
a mess. When
and
they don't get
sometimes-
much at all.
And Hancock doesn't even know, the administrator there or the fiduciary doesn't even know what forms to send you or how to work things. It's,
Yeah, there's a lot of middlemen.
So why
I don't know,
don't
how
we
did that get
consider
started?
that? I don't know. It was in place before I got here. How do you feel about that? You up your salary and you drop your,
We end up paying social security and,
yeah,
and what else also have to. We'll be taking social security out of us and we have to pay the 7.1 now.
That's
Or
true.
it's,
A statement, I have no idea what my pension.
You might have 200 right now.
Oh,
Might be
you,
up to
you can
200.
retire,
I think when people left, they had, what, 2?
I think.
Or-
I
they
think,
probably-
I think it costs us more.
It'll cost
Yeah.
them more, yeah, you've got.
7.5, but do we pay, we don't pay Medicare on that, do we?
no,
Yeah,
That was to replace that.
that's why we thought it's wise to do that, because
in the 4 years that she was here, when she left, she wanted to take that money, cause it's qualified money, and roll it into her other qualified money. It was a whopping $600.
I was gonna say, I know it was less than 1,000.
Yeah, I don't-
But it keeps us from having to pay social security and Medicare, I think.
at all?
Mhm.
Oh, it just wipes all that out.
what, and,
For
okay.
discounts.
I have, I
Or
don't
what if
have a
we
problem.
could get paid per meeting?
What's that?
I don't have a problem getting rid of the pension plan.
But overall, I think the general principle I agree with, like, I think we should future proof. Cause we're not gonna be here, and I know the public thinks when you make a decision, it's always about you, but. At some point, you're not gonna be supervisor. I'm surprised that we have supervisor at 12,000 candidly, like I go, really? All the work you do, you get $1,000 a month to do all that? Like, that's
Maybe
nuts.
have a supervisor that just, doesn't do it.
We had a supervisor with a disability that was limited on what they could do.
Yeah.
Larry Regatta.
Larry,
Yeah, he got to the point, I didn't think he was well at all.
So what we're afraid to do is put anything up there in case you get one of those people that get in. And I don't know
Yeah.
how we,
We have
Cause you
to,
cannot take it away.
but you
That is
did the
impossible.
same, you said the right thing though,
You can take it away.
like even on a
Yeah,
nonprofit
election
board.
time.
That I was on.
You
That's
can
right.
take it away.
Oh,
The
okay.
director of the nonprofit was doing it for free, and she does 40 hours a week, cause she's retired, but I keep telling the board, she's not gonna be here, and you might not get someone to replace her that's gonna do 40 hours a week for free, so you better start putting it in your budget, because running, directing a nonprofit organization takes time.
Yep.
So, I think if we wanna attract good people and we wanna have like legitimate candidates and people that are doing a good job, just needs to be fair.
so why couldn't we,
depends
this is, wait, I have a question.
I don't care about.
I have a municipal question. Why couldn't we, at the end of every, like, before the election, drop the salaries back to what the 19? And then if you get somebody new, let them kind of work their way back up. You know, as they're learning stuff. Or if the same person gets reelected, then you just put them back at the next meeting to the next salary. Because
You
of-
could.
Because of their experience.
I would hate to have you roll it back unless you had candidates that you knew were incapable of doing.
So you're saying it's based on experience, if you've never
You
done
could
it,
get a
you
whole
get
board,
this,
what do you think about holding it?
staying in the job, you get
That's
this.
right.
Yeah.
But you are allowed to make the change while you're still in office. But you'd have to have a board agreeing on it, so that would make it more fair that.
Yeah.
People wouldn't like,
Well, here's the thing. What if you did that? And then everybody on the board decided not to run? And you had nobody running to fill it. You don't have.
the county assigns.
The county, that's right,
Yeah,
And they would be getting 19 instead of 24.
or maybe less.
Why?
Why?
Yeah,
Cause the county can change it.
I don't think they can change
Oh,
the salary.
well, maybe not on elected officials. Well, I don't know.
Okay, the salaries for supervisor at Bloomingdale is 18,400 and the salary for Pine Grove is 16,500. So what do you think? And you
Yeah.
don't have a deputy in there.
they have similar, budgets?
What's that?
Those two townships, are
You
they
mean their
similar
revenues?
tax-based revenue, like?
I'm sure they're gonna be responsible for roads,
I just looked at
responsible for the budget.
I just looked at the revenue sharing from the county. And everybody got a raise. We probably got the least amount. But everybody did get an increase in sheriff. From the county, or from the county,
Do you know roughly how much?
the county
Are you saying for roads or for revenue sharing?
revenue sharing. They had it broken down into townships.
I wasn't gonna do for Bloomingdale that didn't pass their road millage.
Yeah, well,
Matt,
They didn't get their road knowledge passed.
they didn't pass the road millage, and the one that met here with Kate and I, Matt, he said that his tax bill went down $1,000. So they didn't pass the road millage.
Thought that.
That's a lot of money.
Might probably go down now.
well, you got a lot of buddies over there. You don't need roads.
A lot of buggies are dangerous.
So what do we wanna do for the salary of the supervisor? If
You
you're,
know, to do all that, we need a solid resolution.
yeah, but this is the budget,
This is our budget.
put it in the
We
budget.
didn't put anything going on in here.
That way you can have all the math done before you make the final.
I just don't know why, if we're gonna bring other officer positions up to par with surrounding townships, why we wouldn't do the same with the supervisor? Why would we leave that ridiculously low? I don't get it.
Well, Healer Township pays their supervisor 40,000 a year.
40?
Yeah, it's insane.
I about fell out of my chair when he said that at the supervisor's meeting.
But people.
Well, we
chase their
still have to
40,000.
acknowledge we are a poor township, so we
Yeah.
can't go
Oh,
crazy.
Keeler.
Keeler's not that poor, buddy. They
Aren't
got
they?
a lot of Indiana.
Oh, wait till you start going to these meetings and talking to people all over the state, you're like, they look at you like you're a fool, and it's,
I'd go
we
18.
volunteer.
Didn't you say one of them was 18, which one of them's 18? I don't
What do we
know.
do?
Yeah, one of them was 18, the other one was 16, so.
I mean, at least there were 16.
Why don't you do 16 and put 2,000 in for deputy?
There you go.
I don't think a supervisor needs a deputy. So if somebody's calling you for a decision, I don't know if a deputy would.
Our next supervisor might want a deputy.
Well, I'm afraid that if they call you and ask you something that you probably ought to be able to know what to answer. I'm not sure a deputy would be
Yeah, but they could do other stuff.
like,
I don't know, maybe.
Research.
leave my office.
Prepare
Your
the budget.
office.
Prepare the budget. No, I don't mean the budget, I mean the agenda for the meeting.
But if we did 16 and 2,
They could,
at least it would be in there,
I
right?
should be doing that, John. I don't think I should be doing.
but don't you think the?
That would be consistent with what you guys just
I
did.
don't have feed her that much stuff.
Yeah, let's
send her
do-
notes about what's going on and what.
Can add a line,
Coming up, but she writes it.
can add a line.
Huh?
Add a line under supervisor salary, add a line on number 83 and put deputy supervisor.
Even though you're not gonna spend it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spend them.
All right, insert
Did I
line.
get it? There
Yep,
we
there
go.
you go. Now put 2,000 and then change your salary to 16. Ooh, 20,000, I want that job.
It's just become more attractive.
I'll put up with cleaning your office for 20 grand.
That was
I would
that
not.
was a minor error.
The thing
And
that
that way-
that does, Ken, is make it consistent with the other office.
I understand, you know. But trying to get me out of a job. I'll get injured and then you appoint him.
Well, that's the other thing I was thinking, like if Ken wasn't, like say he wasn't here one day. Then his deputy could run the meeting,
No, the clerk has to run the meeting.
oh, the clerk can run the meeting.
Clerk has to run the meeting. Well, clerk has to open the meeting and the township board gets to decide who does it. Yeah, supervisor's gonna have to know that shit.
You gotta change it. There
Yeah,
you go.
change the 18 to 16.
Change to 16.
What, mine's 16?
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
You didn't want
Cutting your pay
anything.
already.
Yeah,
Easy come, easy go, Ken.
pocket change.
and there's nothing stopping you from giving to the fire department or something out of your new fund.
By the way, I did, I think I donated $1,400.
or put a letter and say you only want 6
Or
or
just
9
donate to the Phelps Foundation.
or 8.
Oh, it's all good, I spend this whole.
Okay, let's keep going.
Alright,
So that just, now we're to the trustees.
what's elections salaries?
Well, last year I gave China 3,000.
That's all
But
the
then you-
helpers at the
you
election,
know.
and that might be where, the clerk also gets
I want-
extra.
Yeah, let's find out where Kara, I don't wanna do that elections until we know how many elections we have next year, cause that changes, so.
Is that extra pay for elections? Is that what that is?
No, that's all of our people. We pay them 20 an hour.
Oh,
That's from the,
Doesn't she get paid in there?
Yeah, she gets paid.
I thought that came out of professional
She
services.
does. She gets paid that. She gets an extra 1,000. But I'm saying the election salaries goes to our people.
right,
I think that was based on Ken knowing how many.
Oh, you knew how many elections we have then, Ken?
4.
Okay,
Four?
yeah, then we need that all in there.
Yeah, you'll have one in May, you'll have one in the primaries in August, you'll have,
We have midterms.
In November.
presidential, we're not
No.
doing president,
no,
3,
Governor.
33.
And.
Where's she
why are
at?
we Having one in May.
Did I go by her?
I don't know why you're going up. We're in elections.
No.
I thought you wanted to be at the
No, we know that. No, keep going. I just wanted to make sure you had enough elections for her.
Did you already do something on trustee?
Where is trustee? Did we get to it yet?
Here's election salary, this was the big election that we had, and I made it more than the big election.
Yeah, and
So
that
I
was
took
the
this to
year,
cover, this covered 4, I think.
yeah, I think you're right, so I think
drop it
that
down to
was-
8
I'm not sure that,
or 9,
I don't think we can do that.
10,
4,000, 4
This
elections.
might have been 3 too.
I think that might have been 4, I think
That was
we
my
got,
figure, that was 4.
yeah,
You had presidential that year?
Yeah.
So
we
that's
had-
your
We had a February primary.
3,000 per
Yeah.
election.
2024 was presidential. So you want me to do like 1/3 down the range on this, right?
make that 9.
Yeah.
well, did Kara already weigh in on this?
No, that's what I said. Can we leave?
I had her
this?
look at it.
Well, this isn't etched in stone yet, these are,
Oh, I'm gonna have to calculate that. That's gonna change though.
Did we get to
Well, I could probably
Or-
infer that'd be like 600 and.
trustees?
I think he had something in there, but I don't remember us actually discussing it.
Professional services,
Go, can you go back up to trustees, Ken? And you can calculate this later, your drive. Lowered it by 33%.
you want to
We
lower
didn't do
the
the
trustee?
trustees yet. There we go, top trustees.
Yeah,
Okay, what are the trustees doing? Karen? who's that one?
I'm sorry, I just saw some prayer chief stuff, it's not all good.
Who's the trustees in that?
I'm fine with that.
There's trustees on this.
Let's
See it.
it's
I
not,
think it's good practice to adjust all salaries every year by CGI. So if it was just a 3%, that I'm not looking to change that, and I don't think Gary is either.
oh,
5,535.
I don't put my amount of work in
You
your
want a
category. or
3%
category.
increase?
I don't, but if that's what you're doing, do it.
I mean, what is
Make
it?
it a nice
Set for
little
both of us.
6,000,
So
which
that's
is not very
what
much.
I think.
Let's do 6,000.
It's barely a hike, but it's a round number.
I like round numbers.
Everybody else has round numbers now.
And I think if we're gonna do it, we're doing it all as a team.
That way, none of you can be attacked and say.
Or a barter.
Yeah, be even $500.
Gary, we need to tap into that conference and training. Where do you think we should go for that?
There's a good one up in
I
Traverse.
think we should go to, Glen Lake.
Like,
I like it.
I've been looking for one in Hawaii.
I'll take that $500.
Field trip on how to turn pennies into dollars.
That's right.
It'll be your fiduciary part.
You go to Vegas, put it all in red.
Yeah, 2,100. I mean, that's more than what I go to, and mine are expensive.
Got two people though,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
think about it.
Road
Now,
trip,
now they don't spend more than you do, they?
So hey, I got an idea. Here's where we can cut. Do you think we're gonna need
we have.
20,000 in legal services now? I know we had a heavy legal year. Do we anticipate that being the same?
Well, if you use MTA more.
They're at $40,000 right now.
Who's it for?
Our attorney
Cost is
today
what?
is $40,000 over.
Oh, no.
Wait, in the last 2 months from October 18th, we went from 21,000 to 40?
Spent a lot of money on.
Well, you guys spent that 10 grand just for the,
Just for the thought of it.
Oh, which.
to fight getting $1 million here.
Yeah,
Nice and first,
we have a problem with attorney fees.
Well, we have our
And
second
we need to
baby
stop
sentence
doing
every
that.
week. Huh?
Well, if we didn't have so many internal arguments, we wouldn't need
Well,
an attorney.
yeah, I understand
if you
that.
used MTA a little bit more.
That we paid for. I mean, how long did you guys vote for to continue to sit in here?
It's long past
Let's,
whatever was
let's end it.
approved.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's funny though, because almost every meeting, there is at least one thing that it is good that she's here.
He does, yeah, he does a good.
There was boom, there was.
Yeah, where
grass,
is that?
There was, I mean, there's a lot of legal crap.
That was not a typical year.
No, I don't see him.
Let's keep going around for survey report. But I think that we should,
I'll give you the current, expenses. I'll send that to you.
There's, where are we at with both, bargains or brogans or whatever? the case?
Both,
Yeah.
I have been watching circuit court to see when they're gonna answer our motion for summary or for reconsideration.
Is he allowed to talk about that?
that's right.
But that's,
No, we're.
When's that on the
we're still
docket?
on-
Okay,
This is closed session kind of stuff. We're still in a meeting that's being recorded.
like, I don't think it's anything, it's not public. You
Okay.
just come right off the side.
We wanna go home though, let's continue.
Okay.
So I think what we can do is talk about as a group, can we play nice in the sandbox and cut back our legal expenses of having her set here? Cause even if there's something that comes up, we can still email her, which would be cheaper than having her drive here and set.
What do we wanna do?
No, I'm just saying with our attorney,
Yeah, how much would the savings be if she was here on Zoom instead of physically
that would
coming?
just be her travel.
Just for trial.
Yeah, the hourly rate would be the
It's,
same.
it's,
Saying,
it's gonna be 2 hours of wages, so it's pretty high.
if we disagree on something, we'll say, well, we're gonna have to table it and we'll email the attorney.
We don't even
Is
need
it
her on
$1,000 a
Zoom,
month?
if we have a question, we can just call her.
Is 1,000 a month reasonable? Drop it to 12 grand for the year? I don't know what our bills look
Well,
like,
we got some hefty bills.
but is. Like, what does it cost to have her here for a meeting for
2,000.
2 grand? For one meeting?
That's that plus her travel.
That's where they're traveling.
Is that when they're 3-hour meetings or?
I'm just saying, I think that we can, if we are that tumultuous in about an event, then we can call her in, but to have her come and set sometime, every time, I think it's not a good use of our money.
I just think we leave it at the 20 grand.
Okay.
Because we're, like I said, we're over 40 and I don't know what's gonna happen next year that comes through the pipe.
Well, we have a
That's the
short
deal.
term stuff that we're gonna.
I like to just stop doing everything and just float.
Vesper battery storage is gonna be.
We get intervenor funds for that, so they went through the state, you know.
Anything there?
Attorney, ordinance enforcement. So. Scroll back up.
Assessor per contract.
I'm very happy with our assessor. That was a great move. She's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Anything? Elections?
Sorry, just to clarify, you said somewhere in those election numbers is compensation for Kara's time, but we
Yeah.
bumped her all the way up to the 24. Does the 24 need to be adjusted because we're already accounting for additional pay here?
She only does elections every other year.
When she does elections, it's a lot of work. That's why we're paying that there.
Okay. All right,
And they've made it, Jason, honestly, every year, every election, it gets harder and harder.
I believe it.
The rules are ridiculous and they're meant to help cheat.
I got the assessor's salary from
Contract.
Danielle.
okay. Good.
And we got the clerk taking care of border review, that's the same as previous year. The treasurer has got increase in wages, but everything else is same as previous year. Township hall is same. They have a little bit of increases, I got hall maintenance and repair, that's gonna be for, the asphalt. I'm gonna see if I could find somebody that can help me do it, and then I might just take that on.
No.
No,
We'll
You
hire.
want me to do that?
No.
I
we're
like it
hiring
when you
a
guys
guy.
don't like me to do stuff, and I offer you a savings of probably $12,000.
yeah, but you don't do it.
I wanna.
Well, I would do it,
I can name 4 things right off the top of my head.
name for
Knock it off. I would like it done.
Yeah, never mind. We'll have a conversation.
them. Well, give me conversation.
You talk about when you go fishing.
I'll get my button gear.
Ken, where would we put in there that, we need to put money back for furnaces? These broke down twice last year, so I wanna, these furnaces are 20 years old. Does that be like a capital outlay or that we put money
Yeah, that'd
aside?
be a big one.
So I think that we need to start thinking that we're gonna have to replace those eventually.
They break down.
It's the air conditioner. We paid 4 times for having to fix the air conditioner, but he said those furnaces are they're really old. I'm just saying, I want you guys to think ahead that we're gonna need some maintenance too.
10 grand.
Yes, and that's why you can't spend it all toward a fire truck, because then you're not covered for this stuff.
So I,
Well, the good thing is when the furnaces blow up and start a fire, we have a fire truck to put it out.
That's true.
We're gonna replace both of them?
eventually we have to. They were both put in at the same time. I'm just saying, I want you to think about money that's gonna go to that, put
Yeah.
it aside.
Probably about 20
We need
grand.
some hall maintenance, yeah.
You know, the,
Well,
the,
probably gonna have to
air
replace
conditioner
the
broke
AC.
the other day, I had a red light on it.
Oh, yeah.
It's fixed.
Oh. You want that in another year? I mean, you want to, I mean, we're looking at spending 24 on maintenance, you want that in the next year?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think we need to
Why,
think
why don't I
about,
just put another 24,000 in for the following year?
and it may they might last another 3 years. I don't know, I'm just saying,
The good thing is you don't have to, all you have to replace is the unit, not the ductwork,
right?
cause that's all there, so.
Yeah, the furnace costs a lot of money, I just replaced mine, it's eight grand. I did bump the utilities, I think they're gonna actually go down because fuel's going down. But I'm not sure how much.
But, consumers have tripled, right, we've had 3 increases last year in our consumer kilowatt.
We got 3 increases,
Yep, consumers increased 3 times.
That's why we need batteries.
The batteries get here, they'll reduce the rate.
that's because of the renewable energy problem. Well, do you think I got enough there at 16?
No, I think it's fine. I'm just saying,
Okay.
the propane will go down, but the electric has gone up.
That's
The cemetery, I'm trying to figure out. Why that guy makes so much money. You know, why I don't see, if we're doing all these burials and that, why I don't see income coming in.
Well, it's an in and out. I mean, I get checks from
We only get how much of that, then?
we only get like 10%, it's not enough. He doesn't really get a salary. Let's put that aside. Let's leave that until Kara and I can get some numbers and really understand it.
Like I said, every time I look at that, building inspectors. You know, we are really doing a lot of construction in our community.
These could be in and out though, Ken, these inspect building and
We only get
electrical.
10% of those.
Yeah, I know that,
Goes
but you
in.
got money in, money out. Up above, they're gonna show a lot more money than probably what we have here. Paid out. Zoning administrative salaries didn't change from last year, so we shouldn't have a problem with that. Planning. Didn't really change, recording secretary. Kinda went down, we're not really using that anymore.
That she quit, we didn't have one, we don't need it.
She quit, we don't have her anymore, so that's good.
Remember we had that one girl and she's,
I don't,
Oh,
we got Tasha, and another account here that we're paying for her, but other than that, we don't have much. That we do have training where we're running through, I think everyone's taking the citizen planner class now, they're talking about other classes that we're gonna try to pick up. The zoning
Streetlights, is it?
board of appeals, we don't have many of those per year. That's there in case we have one. We had Boone like 3 years ago.
do you need to put in there for construction board of appeals anywhere?
Well, we first gotta approve it,
Okay,
and I think I was gonna put that in there, and I heard that, we shouldn't be doing things till we authorize it. And I
we'll
think
get you.
that came from, Laura the other night when we were talking about this.
Just put
I doubt seriously if we'll have any.
Well, I'm just saying, but you could have a line item.
I can add in the thing with nothing in it.
You don't have to put it.
transfer station, what do we have there?
Transfer station? I think, Gary, you looked at this, didn't
Is
you?
that a figure?
That's plenty.
Pretty much it's what it was before, and we added 3,500 for the transfer station recycled.
The
And that
only
was
thing we're
based
gonna have
on
is
2 dumps and the rental.
yeah. And we're probably gonna be getting a container for tires for nothing. Already got the recycling signs for nothing. We're looking at grants for concrete pads to put in there and gravel for the driveway and.
Yeah, I read your report, it was a great report, Gary. I think you're doing a great job down there.
And we're also
Say that
looking
again on
at
record.
another entity to pay the 20% of this plant.
Good. So we're good there. Blight,
Where's this money coming from for parks and rec, recreational facilities, 16 grand?
I don't think they're gonna spend any of that.
Where'd it come from? Why did we put it
Yeah,
in?
that comes out of this, what is it? It's a 101 fund. I thought that came out of the home thing. That didn't come out of the home thing.
No, that's white comes out of the home thing.
Why do you wanna cut that out of our
Well, I
budget?
don't know why we have it. The last I heard, they were gonna make money to try to do some type of a something.
We haven't spent anything, we budgeted 5, didn't spend it, now we're budgeting 16.
Well,
I think we take it out.
make it 0. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that'll make up for the raises.
The raises didn't, well, I guess instead,
What am I thinking about?
2-0 on the 1,200 too, because there's no maintenance.
That was probably for baseball field. It doesn't look like we're gonna have one there.
Wait, Waverly put a nice little playground in. I wonder what they paid for
They
that.
are gonna put a playground in there.
Okay.
Can't tell you what the change is there, but it ain't gonna be much. We're showing that we're spending more money than we get, but we always do that. If you look back for all these years, we're making it. Except for 22, 23, we're making, about $100,000 a year.
Maybe what we ought to do is buy a
That's true.
a
We did last year.
sophisticated copy machine,
A what?
a sophisticated copy machine. Then we can bleach these $100 bills, make them thousands.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gary. Where's that at on here?
Let's
You
keep
see
going, let's
that?
keep going. I wanna go home.
That's so do I. Road fund, that's good where it's at. I have, there were a couple of minor changes that, came through when they were estimating, but I had, a little bit of contingency to cover that, so that's not gonna change.
I think with the fire, we need to, Jason, after you kind of get your number.
Oh,
Spearhead this fire.
You guys did get what roads we're doing this year. We're gonna be doing 8th Avenue,
Our 8th Avenue or the other 8th Avenue?
we're doing 8th Avenue from, 388 to 388. And, I can't remember the other ones, I think 14th Avenue is getting done.
Are we gonna have to shit on that? How good is there?
I gave you the list of one of the meetings, but I can't remember now what they are. Maybe look it up, but I'm trying to get out of here. Hey, we went over the fire fund, right?
We went over it enough. I think that that'll be fluid before the end of
Yep.
that.
Okay,
Jason's gonna be is gonna head up the chief thing for us. I appreciate that.
The chief thing, what all is encompassed in that?
Well, it's gonna be starting everything.
the police fund, the revenue is about 155,000 and, they spend about 129,000. And, they have a fund balance of about, let me see. 320,000 fund balance, so. I didn't put anything about us transferring over to this, to the, station one.
But those funds can pay for all that, right?
Those funds, most of those funds, you can get,
If it's really for the police,
Yeah,
not if it's pretend.
it's gotta be for the police, so when you talk about the pump and anything you do. With a pump over there, or probably if you're gonna be parking a truck there, then we're probably gonna have to. Pay what like the police station paid to
Percentage or something.
use it, but it'll be cheaper than. All this work on that building, but we need to get a septic, we need to renew the bathroom and clean up the kitchen area with some new cabinets and that. And I guess I'll get some estimates on that, see what we can do with that, and then I'll give you a better idea.
Doesn't, John Mackey have some, skills?
yes,
Ooh,
John Mackey,
he started out as a cabinet maker. Finished carpenter, and then he does kind of like he's basically a general contractor without a general contractor license right now.
who's this guy?
John,
Yeah,
he has that kind, because he does buildings and grounds or something where he is now, right?
yeah.
Yeah, he's got a
He's
skill
got
set.
talent. Huh,
I don't understand this liquor law enforcement. It doesn't seem like it should be zero since we have someplace selling liquor.
what are you talking about?
The liquor law enforcement.
I don't think it's being done though.
Okay.
He needs to do it, we should be,
I think
those
that,
forms have gotta be filled out every month.
before we move on from the police for a second, Ken, if you could scroll back up. The revenue's 155, we're projecting appropriations of 129.
Yep.
So we're running a surplus every year, which is why we have a big fund balance there.
Correct.
What other kind of things can we tap into that? Can we tap into that for blight enforcement in any way?
Yes, he's, our body enforcer, that's part of the contract, piece expense that our contract is that he does blight. So we could hire somebody to do blight with us. If you need another body. Or you make him do what he's supposed to do.
Well, that would be the first choice.
Yeah,
That'd be great, but I'm just going, it seems like we've been beating our head against that wall for a while. Where you're saying, you got these down.
we're having a meeting on the 28th, and Tony Evans, the sergeant.
Is he coming?
I don't know yet. I emailed him, so we've invited the sheriff department to come, and Jeremy's gonna be there, and ZA and myself, and
Okay,
we're gonna have a come to Jesus meeting. That's really what we're gonna have.
okay, we good there?
yeah, I just was even thinking again, out of the box a little bit. Ideally, it'd be great if you just did it. I don't know how much that
We- we-
adds to his current job.
We got another area here where a lot of money comes in.
Okay, but could you have some sort of like incentive program for Blight?
He gets a salary for.
I know.
You mean like a quota or reward?
In
He's
Blight,
supposed to be-
in Blight case that goes through and gets closed, you get. I don't know.
Well, it's kind of like the recruitment on the fire department. They ask,
Yeah.
and what they would really like is food. Maybe there's something that could be done that's legal out of the,
Yeah, I don't know.
We have blight removal and housing rehab fund.
Okay.
And we have designated, like $19,000 of additional funds for blight.
That's
Okay.
plenty.
And I think.
Gary's getting a raise.
So I jumped out now.
Okay.
Come back up to. After we get done with the police station, we go into the, lake associations.
Yeah,
A lot of that money in, money out.
Yeah.
I never know what they're gonna do till they do it. So they run those funds, I mean, just pay the bills. Great Bear Lake, and then we get into, that was fun, the senior fund, we don't do anything with that, that's just in and out.
Yeah,
Right.
Then we get into house and rehab, this is for. We got $80,000 sitting in there and that's money to use
that's the
for blight,
We can use that. for our
and that's
furnaces.
not 80,000, so I looked that up. It's like,
61,000,
no, it's like 37.
where'd the money go?
It was like a payback or something.
Yeah, there is a lease by payback, yeah.
37,786 basically is.
This comes right out of BSNA, so I don't know how this thing,
Because if you look at the SNA,
yeah,
it, is this the 275?
tell us we don't have any money.
Well, I'm telling you that Becca printed this for me. A fund balance is the accounting that means, she thinks they're idiots, so she printed this for us. It's not synonymous with unrestricted cash. A common misconception is that fund balance is a cash account, but it's not. You also have the, where did we print that one in? Right here. So this right here, they count that as a fund balance. That's why you have such a high amount, but this is loans receivable deferred. So my guess is when they did do it, they gave people loans that were forgivable.
Yeah,
What's that amount right there?
this
This is the
is
cash.
forgiven,
Yes, that's what it
holy
says.
shit.
So that right there
So
is
why does this report show,
because it adds those two things together. So,
well, they shouldn't do that.
well, that's how fund accounting works. Fund accounting is unique to the public sector and requires separate self-balancing.
Oh, he
accounts.
can, we're gonna got 37,000, should I
Yeah.
put 37,000 in there?
That's all there really is. Because this is.
When is it, as of 30/4/25,
that's not my 81 I was earmarking for the fire truck.
that's
is it?
25 value, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, why don't you need to take it out?
well, wait,
Yeah, it was, cause he said, no, cause when we talked, I think we said there was only
That is
37.
different.
I thought there was an actual line item in his budget. Maybe that said 81.
And I'm still waiting for Josh just to message me back about that. I sent him these reports again, not last night, but the night before, and I haven't heard back from him. So yeah, so that's how we have to. Apparently this was a grant or something. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense what they did, but, it really messes up this.
There's just, you wanna keep this so you
We,
can,
we might be spending more money than we have.
That's never good.
Well, that's only $215, I'm sure
we can,
somebody.
we'll figure that out.
Oh. This is.
You want that back?
You need
That
to
wasn't
put your-
mine.
It's,
Actually, that's not the same, that's not the same account.
I don't think so.
Housing rehab's a different account. The 81K was in like a capital
Yeah.
supplement account.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we're.
these were the ones that we were talking about. We should move them to the general fund. 'Cause
Yeah, yeah.
they're basically closed, so I messaged the.
Should I even have this fund on there?
Well, just leave it for right now. I'm finding out from Josh if we can just transfer it over to the general fund.
Let me see here. I do the appropriation.
If we need lots of documentation, because I'm not having somebody 10 years from now, like, oh, yeah, when Mary was here, there was $37,000. That's why I want Josh's.
That could never happen.
Yeah. Nothing without him, that would be good.
I think that's a,
Still searching for 50,000.
I think that's a pretty decent Corvette.
37,
Well, I didn't say a new one.
oh, okay. No, I am going to get a Forerunner.
Forerunner?
Mhm.
Okay, I reduced those, so that we don't go over budget.
But I don't. want
Spend all that money out there and get rid
You
of it.
don't want one, you don't want one to see, no. No. And-
The other thing is capital project funds, I got nothing in that, land sales, donation, other revenue.
Somehow we thought you had 81,000 in some capital somewhere. I don't
It is
know.
right there, your fund balance for 401 is 84,540.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
That
oh,
was
it's
the
just
fund.
a
that was
balance,
taken.
Told me I
not
had no money
something
in.
allocated.
Well,
Okay.
not if we move it for the fire truck, we
That
could
was
just
the
decide
fund
we're
that
gonna
was saying
do.
you could use for fire truck.
So does that money actually exist somewhere, or is this just a,
Right there, can't you see it?
well, you know what I mean, like actual cash in hand versus a line on a budget? Well, and it was in this, Mary, you had that cash and investment accounts. There was an actual 81,792.
Do we have that 81,000 there or not?
Project, it's 401.
It disappeared.
No, we do,
Just had it up there,
81,792 is
right there.
so I don't know why he's got 84.
It doesn't grow.
That's projected.
Yeah, right here, Ben, you got it. That's what we had in our,
Right.
that's what Jason wanted to move toward fire department, or fire truck.
Yeah,
He's adding land sales into it though, projected
Oh.
land sales, so that's why his
That's why
number's
it's
different,
growing,
but
okay.
yeah.
But did that happen?
Did we get 2,000 in land sales this year?
we're having a problem with land sales. I went over to the courthouse and spent some time searching.
We're just giving land away, aren't we?
I went over to search. I found where we got that land and,
Came from the Indians.
This is why it takes 40 hours a
we
week.
got it so long ago, like 1999. And then, we lost it. So it was sold by Mary Brigette at some point in time.
I think it was split off of the satellite subdivision.
And then it went somewhere else and, we got it back. We found out when it first went on back on our tax roll in 2011. But I don't have the court order that did it, and I'm still searching for that. This month, somebody wants to buy a piece of property on 51st Street. 80-foot, road frontage, and it goes back a whole bunch. 1,000 feet or so.
You know, I think when you guys approved the last land sale, what we said before was. When a piece of property is up for sale, it's offered to all the adjacent properties, and
Correct.
it just automatically said yes to whoever the next guy was, and I think we're supposed to at least send a letter to everybody and let them put an offer
Yep.
in. So we gotta make sure we follow the same.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. But it ain't sold to him yet, and I told him, I said, it doesn't.
How close?
I need proof that I own it before I sell it, and I don't have that proof, before it goes.
Okay, moving on.
We're done.
We're done.
Was that it?
So are we right toward the end of the,
Well, we're at the
Got
bottom.
all the fun, all the fun balances down at the bottom, and
Are you gonna put a note in that 81,792 we earmarked for the fire truck?
this right here,
Well, 81,792 of that.
this right
the
here,
part we actually have?
that right there.
Yeah, let's make sure we remember we earmarked that in Jason's budget for the fire truck.
So you have to put that up under appropriations.
I'll put in a request that we move those funds and put it over into the fire fund. You'll get a request for me to do that. And then I think you want that to go to the board to come to you, right?
So you're saying a budget amendment for the current year? Or is this?
I'm gonna just, write a memo that we're gonna close out fund, or we're gonna remove, $81,792 from the estimated revenue fund and put it into the fire fund, but we're not gonna do that till next fiscal year.
Let's do it all at one time, because I may have a couple other things, we'll move it all at one time.
Okay,
We should only move it into the.
we need to do a budget amendment too, because we're in bad shape.
It goes to the
It
general
goes to the
fund.
general fund though.
Yeah, it
You wanna
can
go to
be,
the general fund,
Yeah,
you
we'll do
wanna
it
go
the
to the fire
general
fund?
fund.
Okay,
General
I don't care what goes.
But we just allocated it for the fire department, we're saying we want it to be, but I have a couple more I'm working on, so let's just wait. We
Yeah.
can do it all
Yeah.
for the,
So Ken, are you gonna make all these updates and then resend out a clean version of this now? Okay,
Yeah, I'll do it on my spreadsheet, I'll make my spreadsheet, but I'll also send that over to Becca and ask her to go in yesterday and add all that stuff, it's gonna take her a while, I normally do it, and I just. But. I can't do it.
did you know the changes or?
No.
You
All
wanna,
my
you wanna
changes-
just share
all my
that with
changes
us,
are-
Ken?
All my changes are in red there,
Share that
can you share
version
it?
with us.
Do it,
We didn't change much.
so I can shut this
except
up.
for the clerk and treasurer get a lot of money.
are you going all the way back to the beginning and just looking for changes?
Yeah, just the red ones.
Okay, I can't write them down that fast.
Okay, go back.
You want me to send you a copy of this?
Would that be good if for starters, just send somebody a copy of what you're doing right now with the changes
Okay,
before you make your adjustments, so just in case
In the-
anything
In
gets
the
dropped.
upper right, Ken, if you go back, before you save that, if you go back, get out of there for a second.
okay,
Upper right, see where it says share? Green box, way upper right,
yeah,
click that. Hit share. Oh, don't do that, sorry, click on it again, drop down.
well,
Oopsie, I get out of there, drop down again. Hit link to this sheet.
where my
Say
link is.
copy link. What in the world, why does it keep sending you there?
Sure, you just don't want me to make a
You
file.
can, you
or
can make
email
a
it?
file save if you want, I was just saying, if you shared it like this. Then all the changes then we all see
Changes.
the progression of it, it's not like you're sharing one file, you're sharing this location.
Save as. Browse.
You wanna put today's date, or do you already have, I can't read.
I'm gonna take off this version and I'm gonna put, 01/17/26. TWPBD.
Maybe get rid of the 10/19/2025 in the name then, since that's
At the
confusing.
Ten what?
At the beginning.
At the beginning,
You
you
see where it
got,
says, you got a second date in there, 10/19/2025.
That was the previous update.
Yep, get rid of that. There we go.
Yeah, save that there.
and then are you gonna share your whole workbook then? You share your whole workbook?
You want,
Yeah,
You
you
want a
might
motion
have
to
a
adjourn?
work, but you play with it.
Can I get a motion to adjourn so I can end this meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Alright.
Aye.
Aye.
What
Yeah.
time is it? I gotta keep track of that shit. What are you?
Two,
23.
23.